Quiet coyote.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for coming out. You could have been home and warm and dry, but instead you're out, and I appreciate that. The calendar says April, I'm not so sure. So this is the April 15th, 2025 meeting of the Camden Select Board, which will be streamed online live at youtube.com/Town of Camden, Maine. And if you wish to participate remotely, you may do so by going to our website and clicking on the website on the link to the Zoom, and your name will come up on the board, and we will do our best to acknowledge you if you wish to participate in our discussion this evening. So our first order of business will be public comment on non-agenda items. Does anyone have a non-agenda item they'd like to introduce? Yes, please come up and introduce yourself and welcome.
Hi, Eileen Curtis Kleinman, Camden, Maine. Do I say my address?
It's okay, Camden, Maine. It's
Okay,
good.
Camden, Maine. And I'm happy to report that what I thought that I was advocating for has already sort of been developed and will hopefully be on the ballot. And that is for an ambulance to be parked, I guess, next to the firehouse, right? And so that we have faster access and better access to medical care.
Mhm.
So that was what I came here to tell you, and yay.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you, Eileen. Anyone else have something they'd like to contribute as a non-agenda item this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to, we have some rambunctious town employees back there. Gentlemen. Approval of the board minutes from March 18th, 2025 and April 1st, 2025. Do we have any comments, additions, deletions, corrections?
I just have a question. I can't remember what part of the meeting this is supposed to be in, but are there changes to the agenda? I see on my online version, bid award for the Molyneux Road sewer extension, but do we have to make is that a?
Right,
Yes.
that was a very last minute. Yeah.
And I can explain the reason for that when we.
Okay, I can't remember, it's not at the beginning of the meeting that we make the agenda changes, or we?
It would be, but
Okay.
that item 7A is on the agenda that's posted online.
Right, is that what you're looking at, the most recent online
Yeah.
agenda? Okay,
If you go to the select board minutes and agenda packets, and the agenda, yeah, that's where I went from the town website
Oh, I'm not.
to select board packets, and that's where.
Oh, I know, I found it too. I was just noting that it looks
Oh,
like
it's-
somebody wanted to put that on there. And so I was just asking because it's not on here. It wasn't there
No,
earlier.
no,
Clearly,
it
it's
was
a late
it
addition.
was
I
a-
imagine there's a reason. I was wondering if this was the correct time to propose a change to the agenda.
sure.
Allison, could you move your mic a little bit?
Closer or further away? You want to hear more? Or?
More or less.
Okay. I was wondering if this is the correct time to propose a change to the agenda. We were noting that there's been a recent addition. I didn't mean to make such a big deal out of it.
So there's a-
Normally, somebody must have put it on the agenda.
Yes, Audra put it
Okay.
on the agenda late this
Yes,
afternoon.
I put
Yeah,
it
we
on
talked
late,
about it
and
briefly.
we talked about if the select board wasn't ready for it, we could table it, but I can explain why we did that.
When we get to it, or do you want to?
I can do it now.
Okay.
If everybody
Normally,
would like.
if the agenda is going to be changed at the beginning of the meeting, there's hey, I want to propose it. I don't have enough information to propose the change myself, but
Would you like me to
Sure.
go into that before we
Yes.
go into
Yes.
approval? Okay. So we received the bids for the Molyneux Road sewer extension today. One of the components of that bid is a pump station. And as we know, mechanical items with pieces and parts are getting exponentially more expensive. And we have a good opportunity to move forward on this because we got really competitive bid pricing. So even though it's a short fuse and the bids were due at 2:00 today, we thought this was something that if we can get an expeditious decision from the select board tonight, we can move forward with purchasing equipment for the project.
Great.
And every, we're kind of in a time where waiting a couple of weeks makes a huge difference.
And
Great.
okay. And there's information in here about
Yes,
that.
so the tabulated bid scores are in the packet.
I have to refresh. my
Okay, so
packet, I
everybody,
guess.
while they're waiting through the rest of it, can be mulling over that and giving us input if they want, I guess,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. I got a fresh one. Okay, so we'll go back to approval of minutes from March 18th and April 1st. Any comments, changes, additions?
I move that we approve the minutes from the dates mentioned, March 18th and April 1st.
I'll second that.
Any further comments, questions? No? All those in favor? Tom? Okay, great. Brilliant, thank you. Okay, next item are the consent agenda items. Wait a minute, I gotta get back to my whole packet here. So on the consent agenda, we have the approval of the road closure for Bayview Street for the Camden Art Walks, should be multiples. Approval of victular and lodging licenses, extension of the mercantile winter dockage agreement, confirmation of town manager's appointment of Andy Scrivenich as inland harbor master, and approval of a license agreement for 7 Dillingham Point for underground utilities. Any of those that need to be teased out? And
Well, the extension of the mercantile winter dockage and the confirmation of the town manager's appointment, I would like at least a little bit of discussion about those. Both of those may be news to people.
Yeah, I would think an update on the mercantile would be good to hear, and at least an introduction
Extension.
and an introduction to the inland harbor master
Yeah.
would be, I would support both of those being pulled out.
Is that for example, is that a new position or one that had been unfilled for a while?
Randy Gagny was the inland harbor master, but
and it is in the budget. Audra, do you want to bring us up to speed about the mercantile or?
Yes, and Andrew Eggy's here to fill in any gaps. So there's been a request for an extension of the agreement. As most of you probably remember, the current agreement for winter dockage ends on the 30th of April. However, the mercantile has a haul out date at the North End Shipyard in Rockland on May 25th, and then an agreement with the Sail and Steam Power Museum in Rockland for dockage there for 11 months after the boat is taken out for inspection. So, there's a plan in place for it leaving Camden Harbor. So in that interim time period, he would like to request an extension to stay.
What's the harbor master's position on staying that extra 25 days?
So the harbor master has no issue with it. A lot of the high season doesn't begin till June, so he doesn't believe it's going to interfere with any of the operations in the harbor.
So no day sailing operations will be affected, or the multi-day will be affected by its being there?
No, because I believe it's Ray's boat that it's next to, and that boat doesn't start its season until June. So it should be out of the harbor by then.
Is there a date in May, an end date? It just says May.
Yes, May 25th.
May 25th, it says in the memo.
Oh, there's Steve there. He's
There's Steve.
Steve, is there anything I missed?
No, I think you covered it all. I mean, it's a slow part of the season, so I should be fine.
and that won't get in the way of other folks getting their boat ready on that part of the harbor?
Yeah, no, because it's at the very end on the mooring, so it's not going to affect anybody.
Okay,
That sounds fine
yeah.
to
Thank
me. I'm reading over the little memo in here from Andrew
Right.
too. That's great. That sounds like progress has been made. I think we got an email also from somebody whose boat has been right there throughout this time. So I guess since we pulled it off the consent agenda, we do need a specific motion for this, right? So I would move to extend the winter dockage agreement for the Mercantile until May 25th, 2025, with the previous rate that had been agreed to, which I trust is $200.
Would be
Is that-
prorated for the extension. Yep. A second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, brilliant. And the other one that you wanted to pull out was the inland
Yeah, but just a little bit.
harbor master.
Yeah, what's the, a
Talk
little
about
bit of
that.
the history of that, and how did we decide on, Andy, was this a position that was open that people could apply to, or what's the story?
So this is a position that was formerly in the police department. So Randy filled it, and then there were other officers who would go and do some of the inland harbor master duties. And so some of the stipend that was set aside for that was spread across those officers. Given sort of staffing challenges within the police department, after the first year of trying this, they didn't really have the staff available to continue with the program. And, with the fire department increasing the size of their workforce, and given the expertise of Andy Scrivenich, who's now one of our full-time firefighters, he works as a guide on Lake McGunnacook and is very familiar with a lot of the infrastructure that's in Barrett's Cove and along Bog Bridge, and how that needs to be set up in order to function smoothly. He's familiar with all the boaters out there as well. Understands sort of how to set things up at the lake. So I decided he would be a good internal employee or to hire for this position, and he agreed to do it. So.
And what are the main functions of the inland harbor master for? Is that McGunnacook Lake?
Just McGunnacook Lake.
Not Hosmer Pond?
No. Really, it's kind of focused on things.
Technically, I think it is, but there's just no real duties
Right. There's no real
there.
duties at
But
Hosmer
should
Pond.
duties arise, like a dangerous mooring or
So,
something?
yeah, so what are the duties? What are the primary duties?
So it's things like contacting law enforcement. It could be town of Camden. It could be game warden service if there are issues out at the lake that need to be addressed. Things like keeping track of all the town infrastructure out at the lake, like the sort of markers of where the beach is and the floats. It's also things like keeping track of the moorings and making sure those aren't obstructing the boat launches and access to and from them. And also just sort of keeping track of everything out there and people having a point of contact to know about, rules and address safety concerns and things like that. And also working with the Watershed Association, because they have people who do lake patrols, but they don't have any sort of enforcement authority. So it's working with them when issues arise to make sure that there is somebody out there with enforcement authority to address issues.
Is there specific scheduling, or is it more sort of ad hoc when issues arise? How does that work out?
So this is part of, once we are officially appointing Andy to this position, we'll talk about, sort of shifts in scheduling and, kind of what to do if he's, on shift in the fire department and something comes up. So all of those logistics we're going to work out after he's appointed, and a schedule for when he can be, reliably out there doing patrols.
Okay, great. Any more questions?
I mean, I would just say this, the actual position of inland harbor master and the stipend that goes along with it right now is fairly small. And so it's really like the legal authority. I mean, they can enforce the water safety rules and all of that stuff. But I mean, I think one of the things we talked about a lot when it was going to be, and when it was the police department and they spent a summer out there, where they were out there quite a bit, is that it's like a really big benefit just for safety in general. When you have rescue operations, different things that happen out on the lake, to have our employees that are already trained in that area be more familiar. So I would kind of hope to see the program and the role of the inland harbor master grow over time. But I think overall, I wouldn't want people to think that, okay, he's been appointed the inland harbor master and he has a statement that means he should be out there all the time patrolling, because it doesn't, it doesn't allow for that. But I would hope maybe it could in the future.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty modest this year, just like it was with the police in past years.
Yeah, roughly how many hours a week does it take? Any idea?
I mean,
It depends what comes up. I mean, it's more about,
Yeah.
one of the things that happened before, like a few years ago, there was a big study of the moorings because people felt, you probably paid attention to that a little bit, but one of the things that the town agreed to do after voters voted down a moratorium on moorings was to at least try to keep track of how many there were and where they're going, and is it a problem, is it not? And we paid for a little while for one of the Watershed Association employees to be the inland harbor master, go to inland harbor master school, give us a report at the end of the year. And then that got transferred to the police department. And since then it's kind of been dropped a little bit, but there were, things come up where everybody says, hold on, is this a problem or isn't it? And I think it's really important for the town to have somebody that is in a position to be able to give us, advice and to say, this is what I've been witnessing out there. So otherwise we spend a lot of time going around and around about speculation.
Right. So since we pulled that out and now it's an action item, can we get a motion to approve the appointment of Andy to the position of inland harbor master?
So moved.
In a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay. And I'm assuming, because I didn't hear otherwise, that the rest of the consent agreement, the consent agenda.
Passes without
passes
objection.
Without objection, okay. So let's do select board reports. Who's got something to report?
Allison, do you want to discuss the McGonagall watershed meeting?
Oh, sure. We met again with the representatives from the McGonagall Watershed Association. They identified, as we said before, 3 people: the director, former director, a civil engineer that's on the Watershed Association board, and we've been reviewing the lake level policy, or also referred to as the dam operations guidelines. One of the, Pat Beeling, went through and conducted a bunch of kind of analysis of some of the rates of drawdown and how fast water moves through, and at what level, instead of just saying, we can prepare for rain events by drawing the lake down, trying to start to develop some thresholds for what the forecast might have to be in order for something to happen. They were really happy, as were we, to learn that the included in this budget, if it passes, is a more professional review and development of the emergency action plan for all of the high hazard dams. I think that was one of the things that we reviewed as a group and gave to them to review. And what we have is really not very explicit in terms of exactly what you do at each dam. What are the things that you would be concerned about if the West Dam is overtopping and going down into Mullino Road? Should you be putting sandbags? Should you not? What would the actual signs of failure be. Really what we have now is just kind of an evacuation plan, like these are the roads that are likely to be underwater if the dam fails. And so we agreed that there might be some things that pertain to the dam operations guidelines, just the regular guidelines that could be incorporated into the information we get from Kleinschmidt to overhaul the emergency action plan. So the next step that they and we are hoping for is to, if the budget passes or maybe before, have Dave come to our next meeting so that he can explain to them and to us what is contained within the emergency action plan update, budget. If there are some things that we might want to add to that, Chris and I would have a chance to say, oh, hold on, maybe we need a little bit more money for this or that, and come back to the select board to expand the scope of that. And
Yeah, overall, there was a discussion about some of the work that David mentioned in the budget as far as with a consultant, and we want to make sure that the people with the McGonagall watershed also have input into that. And if you're going kind of doing the similar things, whether they be in parallel or slight overlap, to make sure that they're in consideration of each other and hopefully get some decent work between the two if we kind of marry the two together.
yeah, I mean, the idea is we're trying to keep the lake level policy, and the dam operations policy is all about trying to prevent flooding for the most part without bringing the lake down too low that it causes recreational or environmental problems. But we don't really have a clear understanding of like how high in the lake is, how high is inconvenient, how high is really dangerous, and would, cause you to invoke the emergency action plan. If we have a better understanding of exactly the level that is very dangerous, then we can have a better policy in terms of where the lake should be, all the time. And then the idea is also better knowledge of just how much you can expect to be able to draw it down in a certain amount of time. And so, yeah, I think it was a productive meeting, and we have good next steps.
You're such a good resource on all things water.
Well, they, the Watershed Association has some good, we were able to get a bunch of reports to
Yeah.
Pat, and they have some good people there.
I appreciate it. You're really on it.
And it's really good that also that's nice that Dave recognized, hold on, we don't have a very professional plan.
Mhm.
And that's true. And that's something that people have grumbled about for years. And what Pat said is, he's happy to volunteer some, but really this is the kind of thing you hire professionals to evaluate emergency action plans, not, not just us.
Big deal. Ken?
Thanks. The Historic Resources Committee met yesterday, and they're not ready to make any statement on the Montgomery Dam. That took up most of their discussion time yesterday. Of course, they only got the warrant article wording on Friday, so it was a little hard to
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I will move the microphone closer and speak up. The Historic Resources Committee discussed the Montgomery Dam, but are not making a statement at this time. They would like to be on the May 6th agenda. I think they've been in touch with you about doing that here at the Select Board. I just wanted to make sure that there will be time during the discussion on the warrant articles, particularly the Montgomery Dam warrant article, for the Historic Resources Committee to participate in that discussion. And I think it's important that everybody does get a chance to speak up during that portion of the evening. That's
I think
it.
everybody gets to.
Yes,
Did you guys
Okay.
discuss the Elm Street School at all? No?
it came up, but it was, no is the answer.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rush you.
No,
No, go
that's
ahead.
good.
Anything else, Chris, you'd like to add?
No, thank you, though.
Okay, and the Harbor Committee is looking at fees in the harbor. We spent a little bit of time at the meeting last Tuesday, sort of matching up income and expenses in the budget, but it's been a while since that schedule has been updated. So the Harbor Committee has requested that Jody perhaps attend our next meeting in order to just give us a better idea about how that fee schedule is arrived at and how we might bring it more into line with current standards. There's also an effort going on to bring the channel back into alignment. There's been some mooring placement that has meant that there are moorings in the channel, and the line that's described is no longer completely consistent with what actually exists on the ground or in the harbor, if you will. So there's concern around that so that it's safe for navigation, and Steve is working on that. There was also discussion about the schedule for the replacement of the steamboat ramp, which I guess has been modified somewhat because of FEMA. Jeremy came in and he's shrugging, not a big deal. Some slight realignment of how the schedule of that is going because of the way that FEMA is distributing funds or requiring that the permitting be complied with. But it appears that that will be ready for the boating season, which is the main concern, and done well. So
Susan, do you remember about when that work was going to get done? April 28th is when the anticipated start date is.
April 28th as the start date.
Yep.
And probably two to three, I mean, they have a 2-hour window to work at low tide and dry. So, every day, depending on how the tides go, there will be at least one window of opportunity, if not two, depending on the length of the days. And so they're making a concerted effort to make sure that it'll be ready for boating. Okay. Town manager's report.
So I really don't have anything other than to just remind the select board that information for the town report is due on Thursday. So that's the select board report that goes in the town report, as well as the dedication and the cover photo.
Okay, great.
I have
Thank you for
a
the
question. Can you fill me in? I think you went over to Augusta last Monday, but I don't know how many people and what the issue was, what the testimony was that day.
I didn't go to Augusta. Kerry Leishman is part of the Legislative Policy Committee, and so he goes as part of that and testifies. I don't know what he was doing on Monday, though.
Okay.
There's,
thank you.
there's just so much that comes out of it. Actually, I think Kerry might be
Yeah,
on Zoom.
no.
Kerry, do you?
Oh, it looks like somebody's trying to get into Zoom.
Let's see if you.
No, I thought that there
Yes,
was a
he's there.
Natural Resources Committee that had met and they were discussing dam moratorium. It doesn't ring a bell.
I wasn't there for that. Kerry, did you testify recently for anything LPC related to the legislature?
Jeremy and I were there today, and we testified about short-term rentals. And I attended a work session on a constitutional amendment about keeping the raising the homestead exemption and keeping the increasing the reimbursement to the town at 90%. That got shot down, by the way, but we tried. But the homestead exemption did get raised to $50,000. I'm not sure if that starts this year or next year. I'll find that out. Anyway, both there today, but we weren't there on Monday.
Thank you.
Sorry, just turning off my phone. And a reminder also that Dave Saint Laurent will be honored in the legislature next Wednesday,
April 23rd.
April 23rd. Do we know what time?
I think it's at 10.
It's at
10
10.
o'clock.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to public comment regarding the fiscal year 26 budget.
Well, first, is there anyone here with a general comment concerning that?
Yes, Mark Ratner's here. I'm letting Chris Nolan be all things budget because he did such a brilliant job of
He
it.
did do a really good job
He
last
did a
time.
Great job last week. Thank you, Mark.
Mark Ratner, Camden resident and member of the Budget Committee. I had to leave early in the last meeting, the Select Board, and I just wanted to make mention, I thought we had a really good session this year. I think that the committee did a lot of good work. There are two things in particular that I feel very strong about, and I wanted to make sure that you understood. One is the library. I have a friend that does historical roof repair, and he's aware of the roofing situation at the library and says that it needs to be looked at carefully. So I want to make sure that the budget, and I know it's changed since the Budget Committee voted on it because it's been gone a little bit, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands how important that is to get done. The library building is essentially really important. And number two, as somebody that is very aware of how hard staffing is for public safety, the plan for extending Camden Fire Department to 24 hours, adding 2 new people, putting the ambulance in, is a remarkably great plan in a very difficult time. And it's essential and really important. And so those are the 2 things I wanted to mention, although I think everything we did was important. There are a lot of important issues. And then to change hats, as a member of the County Commissioner's Office, I wanted to mention that the one thing I did not vote on, I recused myself, was the monies for the county. And as far as the county is going, I wanted to say that we've had a difficult time with the call center, but we think we are on a positive upswing now. Staffing is starting to come on strong. We've had a lot of help from both the police department, Camden police and fire departments, and we're on an upswing now. And I think that will be continuing to happen. So the something that the towns were wondering, Rockland, Rockport, Camden, about having to do the all-call center is probably not going to be necessary at all, which will save everyone a lot of money and a lot of hassle. And I think we're on a really good track to continue strongly with the call center for Knox. So it will not.
So
be,
Rockland is not planning to stand up its own.
At this
call
point,
center.
I've talked to both the town manager and talked to the town manager, and they still have the ability to, in terms of a thing, but I don't think at this point they're looking that they're going to need to do that. So I think we're moving forward with the call center in Knox, and I think things are all good.
Wow.
So that's what I have to say. So
Excellent news. Thank
Thanks,
you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else with any other overall comments concerning the budget? No?
If nobody else has one, I've got something that came from one of my colleagues. So this is from Tom Luttrell, the city manager in Rockland. So he wrote, good afternoon, fellow managers. Monday evening, the city of Rockland had a presentation from the group that runs the Emergency Warming Center at the Flanagan Community Center. In the presentation, they asked the city council for funding in the next fiscal year budget in the amount of $60,000. The council discussion ended with them stating this was a Knox County issue and not just Rockland issue. So all communities should help contribute to this cause. So here we go. I'm asking that as you develop your FY26 budgets, please consider donating funds to the Emergency Warming Center in Rockland at the Flanagan Community Center. Your donation will allow the centers to stay open 7 nights a week during the 3 coldest months of the year, helping our most vulnerable citizens of Knox County. Thank you for your consideration. Tom Luttrell, City Manager, City of Rockland. So I would be remiss if I didn't ask about that. Rockland, because they're a city council, they have a different budget schedule than the rest of us. So, a lot of other communities have explained to him that we're already very far down the road in budget development process. So FY26 might not be the first year to entertain this. But I thought it was worth mentioning.
Does he give a number?
No.
How much does it say how much that's costing them?
60
is what they came to
60,000
Rockland with.
To be
60 is
open.
what they came to Rockland with?
60,000 a request. Yeah.
And so
But they
that's
went-
3 months.
I thought it was Rockland that was,
So it's a community group that runs the warming center. And so
Oh.
they
They've
asked
asked
for a
for- okay.
donation from the city.
60,000.
Yeah.
oh, I didn't realize that Rockland, like the city doesn't do that. Well, it must be, it's a city building, so, okay. Well, maybe that's a trust
A
fund.
trust fund
thing
That's
that
what
can
I was
be-
thinking too. But I wonder if they've gathered any statistics around who is there. Probably, maybe not, but
I mean, it would be worth reaching out to the group and asking them.
yeah.
I mean, I think what's more important to ask is there anything, do we offer anything like that? And we don't.
Go on. You probably would have already made notes on items if you had
Hopefully, right?
something.
At what point do we vote? Do we vote heading by heading or
No,
line
we'll
by
do,
line?
go overall. If people have a question on a particular page, then we can go into discussion. But if there's no question with what's currently there, we can just drive on to the next page.
So
And then do a bottom line vote.
There's no requirement to vote.
No.
Section
Or-
by section.
We don't need to.
No.
If we went through it in fair detail last time,
Mhm.
pretty much if there are no questions and it stays as it is in our packet, I propose we just move on to the next page as a matter of process.
Thanks.
But if there are discussions that we might want to have on a particular line item, now's the time to do it. And we've got plenty of people here that are representing the different areas if there's anything that we want to do. Because as we stated in the last meeting was going over the budget in rather large general terms. It was our first look at it. And we had stated then that if there are other smaller particular items, now that we have the context, that we would then, if there's reason for discussion or debate about a particular line, now's the time to do it. And so hopefully it was reviewed prior to the meeting to be able to bring up items that are of interest or curiosity, or you think need some additional explanation that we didn't get into last meeting.
I mean, in reality, we were also supposed to be following along carefully with the budget committee stuff and
Right.
and listening then. And
I was there every meeting, and
I
I
know
think
you were.
everybody, I think
Yeah, so, I
everybody
mean, we all should have had our
here
comments. Yeah.
was there as well. So though we did not really have an opportunity to speak since we were not asked any questions, and that was the rule this year.
Right.
This
It
is
was
certainly
our
our
first-
opportunity, as well as it was 2 weeks ago, to
Mhm.
go through and do that. So with that being said, if you're okay with that.
Where is the stipend for the inland harbor master? Is that in
Fire department budget.
fire?
Down
and
lower,
rest-
I suspect.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Do you know which one it lives
So
in?
not in public.
Yeah, fire and
Fire.
rescue.
Cool.
Well, sorry, fire and EMS.
And the
Fire.
budget committee did discuss it.
But anyway, so the first, page 2 or 35, 36, are there any questions about page 36?
I just had a quick question, and Christie is here, but I heard that FEMA has come through with funding for the library. Is that good? That's good news, yes.
Well,
We have an estimated amount, but that estimated amount has changed 3 times in the last month and a half. So I really have no confidence that that number will actually be what we get from them. Also, we don't get that funding until the project is entirely complete. So, so what the town is planning to, according to the budget, to give to the library for the initial north elevation repointing will get us started. And we'll just kind of see how things go with the grant funding. Otherwise, we'll continue on the same path of doing one side per year with the town funding that each year.
has anybody been following what's happening in Rockport? I mean, watching them struggle with that $700,000 for the culvert that by every estimation, that's exactly the type of thing that FEMA should be paying for. And they've been having a lot of trouble with just that. I couldn't believe that when I read it. You would think that'd be an easy one.
Yeah, there were, there were 1,000 library grants that were cut on Friday night. So I think, and I was told Friday morning that those grants were not going anywhere. So I think there's very little confidence. FEMA's a different department, but I just don't have a lot of confidence that the grant funding will be exactly what it says in the portal today. So but I'm checking every day.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Great. On page 36 of the packet, I just have a question. Maybe Audrey, you can help me understand with the FY26 expenditure summary. Right now, it shows the select board with a 3.07% increase in the budget for FY26. What happens if people approve of the $1 million fire truck and the $350,000 window approximately to that? Does that bring us closer to 5%?
So the fire truck will have no impact on FY26 budget. We're just asking for authorization to order it this year, and no payment will be required until that is delivered, which wouldn't be until FY28. Who's the chief? FY28. So that's when it would first impact the budget. As for the window wall at the Snow Bowl, as well as the operational subsidy at the Snow Bowl, those things were pulled out of the budget. So if they're approved, it will have a bottom line impact.
But they're separate warrant articles, so.
Yes.
There's separate warrant, but I just wanted to, make people kind of aware
Right.
of that 3% is what it is now, 3.07 is what it is now, but, those two things get approved and, then it's, I don't know,
Back up.
guessing 4.5%, something to that effect.
That's a lot of math in my head.
Well, it's somewhere around there.
Yeah.
That there is an increase, and I think just one of those things. Yeah, I'm stating it so people are aware
Yes.
that those things we'll be talking about in the warrant articles later. They'll move that number probably closer to at least what the budget committee was recommending, I believe.
Right. Those are
the items that were pulled.
Mhm.
But I
That's
just-
the downside, when people say, oh, well, we wanted to vote on this separately. It's like nice to be able to let people vote on things separately, but at the same time, it also, the
you
reason
don't
to
get
put
a
it all in
sense
the
of
budget
bigger
is to,
picture.
yeah.
Right. So thank you for entertaining my question on that. On anything else? No?
No, I'm
Okay, good. On budget revenues, starting on page 37. Any question about the revenue items? Really take a look at page 37 and 38, where it's the totals and a little bit of the explanations if you haven't looked already.
Mhm. No, I'm good.
The big item on that particular one is, with the use of the TIF revenue, $600,000 down at the public landing. Explain to me again how it works with the surplus item of 1.3 million of unassigned fund balance. What does that do to our budget by having that there?
So it's offsetting the money that you need to raise through taxation by using savings that we have from prior years where either we under budgeted for revenues or we over budgeted for expenses. And so we have a surplus.
What in general do we have in our surplus overall about?
Jody, could you help me with that?
Is she here?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
here. The unassigned fund balance for FY '24, which is June 30, 2024, is 4.3 million.
Is there an amount that we're supposed to maintain in order to maintain our bond rating or anything?
Yeah,
We have, oh, sorry.
Policy that, sorry, Audra.
I was just going to say, we have an unassigned fund balance policy of 16%, which is roughly equivalent to 2 months of operating expenses. And we'll still, even if we used 1.3 million out of that, we would still meet our policy.
Thank you.
Jody, did you have anything to add? I'm sorry, I feel like we cut each other off.
That's okay. It's 16.7%. No, that's all I had to contribute.
Okay. And also the other kind of new item for us is the short-term rental revenue estimation of $150,000 for June to June. Would that be, I'm looking at Jeremy too, is saying, is $150,000, is that a conservative number, or based on what's coming in, looks like it's going to be accurate? Is it what the conjecture on that 150? I'm just curious.
Thanks for the question. I do think it's an accurate number. It's hard to gauge on, I mean, we estimated that we had about 225 short-term rentals. We didn't know which ones were commercial and which ones were residential or the seasonal. They all have different fee schedules, but I think we have a pretty good idea now. And last week we were over, I think 30 or so registered. This week we're at like 40 now. So, and the letters are out to people. So we're starting to get more responses. So I do think that the 150 is accurate and probably a good number to use right now.
Excellent.
That help?
Yeah. Well, so basically,
It's an estimate.
It's an estimate. B, conservative.
I think it could be conservative. Could be.
Okay. Right.
Rather be there than the other way.
Right. And I understand too, because the whole deal with this, getting the software and such was for ensuring that we had in part accurate count and accurate.
Right. They're the ones that are identifying them. Yes.
Now, with the strategy of, I always thought our fee income that we get from essentially taxpayers and others are to cover costs of the department.
Yeah.
Is this in excess of?
No, these won't cover our department.
I know it won't do the whole.
But it'll offset,
Offset.
you know, it offsets operational expenses. So that's 150,000 we don't have to raise through property taxes.
Right.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's what I think we're trying to do with all of our fees. I know when I first got here 7 years ago, fees weren't like that, and fees were really covering, I mean, taxpayers were covering most of our operations. And I think we're starting to level that out pretty well right now.
Good. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions concerning the revenue
Nope.
side?
I'm good.
All right.
Hey, Chris?
If you come up to the mic, please. You have a question about revenues on page 37 or 38? That's what the topic is.
No, you snuck past me too fast. I just wanted to cover back.
Wait,
on
who are you?
27, Jeff Scott, and I'm speaking from the Budget Committee,
Mhm.
member of the Budget Committee. Mark spoke before about how important the library was in our discussions.
Mhm.
And specifically on page 27, you'll see that the Budget Committee actually put forth $300,000 more in the budget than what was agreed to. And that was specifically for the maintenance coming up and how we felt about that maintenance. So there's a discrepancy there. I
Mhm.
wanted to tie it together with what Mark was
Yeah,
saying.
that'll come up a little later in
It
this. We're currently on page 38 of the agenda packet, otherwise known as page 5 of the budget.
Oh, page 5. Oh my
Of the
God. I
budget.
thought I missed it. Thanks, sorry.
You made sure you didn't, so thank you. I saw that discrepancy earlier too, and there's probably room for stating why that is again.
Mhm.
Municipal budget on page 6, 39 in the packet.
Mhm.
The only thing that had jumped out at me and is that, are we sure that we have enough for the transcriber camera operator? I don't know when that year to date was from, but
The 10,400.
yeah, but
What is that, Allison?
that's, somebody that's Renee or others that I would assume who operate the,
Camera.
for the committee meetings and for I know sometimes we have Janice or Audra coming in or it just always,
Right, it's gone
Seems to
down
be-
and then it's gone up.
always seems to be an issue. Sometimes when we spend less, it's because we can't get anybody. Year to dates oftentimes are from, it's hard to know when that was when it's not worth spending a huge amount of time, but I would just want to make sure that we budget enough that we're not intentionally trying to skimp on that, because I do think it's a valuable service for everybody when it's
Mhm.
working properly. And
I mean, I think we're comfortable with that number, given, the arrangement that we have with Renee. And obviously, like when I do it, there's no extra.
now, why do you do it? Not that you're not great at it,
Why
but
do I do-
occasionally,
Well, sometimes there are certain nights, and I think it's really only Wednesday night when Renee's not available. So either Janice or I will cover that.
I just think that in general, the town has sometimes faced a deficit in that area, and that we should budget to have somebody that can be a backup. Or
Yeah, and I have no idea what a higher number would be that would cover off on all of that.
15,000.
I
But,
mean,
I mean, you're free to, you can probably take it out of other places if need be, but I just think that it's a really important thing. And if we're, from a policy perspective, if we're looking at this and saying, we are planning to not do any better in this area, or we think we've,
do you think there are times that there's inadequate coverage of that currently?
yes. I mean, yeah, because because just the
Has
amount
there
that
been an instance that, I can't
I
think
don't
of a time that we haven't been able to broadcast or have something covered?
Okay, I mean, I don't want to go through and like throw everybody under the bus, but anytime a committee meeting hasn't had audio, or it's definitely not worth this level of conversation. But maybe you haven't, anybody that's been doing this in the last like 5 years has probably encountered some periods of time where, anyway, I personally did it a lot, so.
Moving on then. On there's a summary on page 41, looking at the expenses and revenues again. If there's no questions on that, the municipal budget on page 8.
Mhm.
Just remind me again, the contract professional services.
So this
Seems like an increase there.
So this includes our legal counsel, as well as any outside contract professional services. So that has gone up. We've been utilizing architectural services much more over the past few years because we have, old buildings that we need help updating, and having an architect provide us with advice and plans on that has been really important. So that reflects the increase in that area in particular.
Now, you had recommended even more than what I'm sorry, yeah, maybe it's you who recommended that line item at 45 versus 30. No, who was the department head for that particular piece? Sorry.
That was actually just me kind of going through and looking at,
So you're both the town manager.
what I would
and the department.
ideally request versus if I were to be more
Okay.
sensitive, cost sensitive, what would I put forth? So it's just to give you a comparison.
Okay. On the next page, 43 of the packet, on the associated revenue side, what is Snowball Legal?
So that is, we get reimbursed by both the wastewater special revenue fund as well as the Snow Bowl special revenue fund for legal services. So they reimburse the general fund.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Thank you. Code enforcement planning, page 9 or 44.
Mhm. I'm good. Everything
You're
looks
good?
to be, yep.
All right. Anything on the summary page. Again, this is just a reiteration of the other, but it is kind of nice to be able to at least see revenues versus expenses.
Nope, I'm good.
Information technology. It's a significant increase in this particular item, but what's the major driver on this one?
So the major driver on this one is really our managed services contract. So that's having a external provider who comes in and does all of our security updates. So, when you get updates on your laptop saying that this is, for security purposes and updating all the software, it's that service, as well as, when we need general IT support, like, today, there was an issue with my computer connecting to printers, that kind of annoying thing that we all deal with in workplaces where there's technology.
Mhm.
So it covers both of those types of services.
Yeah.
And I think we've talked about this, and I guess I'll say it again. We're at the size where we're kind of on the edge of needing an internal IT person to just manage all of the software, hardware needs that we have. However, that wouldn't mean that we don't need to have a managed services contract. It just means that amount that we pay for somebody to come and do all the troubleshooting would be a cost that we wouldn't have to pay for except through a staff person, which would be more expensive.
Right, because the majority of the budget for IT is in software and licensing,
Yes.
and not having somebody go and
Yes.
Right,
provide assistance.
yeah, is there a line that we're looking at?
Well,
So
just to-
maintenance and technical services, that when we have actual,
That sounds like the
outside help.
contract.
Yes. Yes.
And a fully funded IT person would be more than that amount.
yeah,
Yes.
I would imagine.
And that would only be one.
But then everybody's website dreams could maybe come true. I mean, there's,
Ooh, website dreams.
although we do a fairly good job, but there's always a lot more we could do in this
Yeah.
area.
I mean, having
If we
Holly.
talk about it too long, I'll suggest things.
Page 12 insurances.
So
That's all fixed.
So really, this is just driven by, insurance premium increases.
Yep.
Now, how often do we go out and compare options? Every so often I hear that we can't have Maine Municipal.
We cannot.
Are we sure?
Yes, we're sure. And we do not want to go back to that because it would be prohibitively expensive. And they wouldn't take us anyway because we're too high risk with the snowball. However, our general liability insurance, that is bid out every year by our broker, which is the Allen Agency. So we receive our workers' comp insurance through MEMIC, which is unique. Most municipalities in the state of Maine go through Maine Municipal Association.
I think are we the only one that doesn't?
We're the only one that doesn't. And the reason we don't is because we were kicked off MMA's, true story. We were kicked off MMA's workers' compensation program.
Because of the snowball.
I don't want to just blame the snowball. There was a run of losses, and
Became a-
we were very high risk.
Okay.
I mean, there's a reason that municipalities go through that. Is better for them normally. I'd love to see that at some point, just the way it actually works and what specifically, we would need to do. Is it truly getting rid of the snowball? Because if that's such an added cost, we should probably try to quantify that. If it's really the snowball that makes it so we can't have Maine municipal insurance, and what is the cost difference to the town because of that, just in terms of being transparent with everybody.
Was it a huge increase to lose the other insurance?
30,000.
From what
sorry, do you mean?
from what you recall, is it a huge difference to go with what we have today compared to what we were?
So when I first got here, it was the first year that we had switched from MMA to MEMIC. And so that it would have been, we would have been going into FY 18 from FY 17. And when I looked at the comparison from FY 17 to 18, our premium was $300,000 in FY 17.
And now we're at 180.
So did we get kicked off or did we choose to?
No, we were told they could no longer insure the town of Camden. And the, MEMIC by Maine law has to insure companies that have no other option. So that's why we ended up with MEMIC. It's been very advantageous for us. The premium's much lower and there's a dividend payment.
Good.
Okay.
Any question on the summary then?
Nope. Good.
And then on the town office building, this is a net increase of 8.4, no matter which group are looking at this.
We all came in the same.
We all came in the same.
Yep. Nothing to change there.
And on the Opera House, one item is noted here about being moved to the special revenue fund. Why is that? Marketing.
So, no, it was more of a transparency. So just people being confused about what the Snow Bowl actually cost the town. And
This is Opera House.
Yeah.
Opera House on page
50
14 of the budget, or 51 of the packet.
yeah, so there was just a confusion, and same confusion myself, because I sort of inherited this way of doing it, where the Opera House auditorium budget was built into the general fund budget, and a lot of questions, especially as it evolved over the years and had rental income and production income, confusion as to what does it actually cost the town after you look at the revenue that it generates, and wondering why it's treated differently than the Snow Bowl, when in practice it's, they're both so quasi enterprises that the town runs. So the idea was to make it consistent with how we, financially manage the Snow Bowl, which is a special revenue fund.
So both the Opera House and the Snow Bowl are now in a special revenue fund?
Yes. Yep. And it's much more easy to see, what are our bottom line expenses for the Opera House? What's our bottom line revenue for the Opera House? So you can see what the town contributes as a subsidy to keep it operational. And also, the Opera House was really specifically cited as an item that could receive TIF proceeds for its operations, as well as infrastructure upgrades in the Opera House.
Yeah, it used to be impossible to tell how much the Opera House was costing.
The next page to take a look at is the police department budget on page 15. And on this, there was a significant difference between the department head and the rest of us. 18% for the department head versus 8% for the rest. And it looks like most of that being associated with full-time wages and the associated costs of having additional people, health insurance and whatnot. Is there any cause for concern from the chief if we go ahead and go with what we have here compared to what are we going to be missing of a $1.9 million budget versus a $1.8 million budget? Anything that is concerning?
We just hired our last position that was budgeted for this year. So we're going in better than I thought we were going to. It's every day it's different. We never know where employees are going to go.
When you say
I think
it's-
we're fairly stable right now.
So as far as the budget numbers of, 1.9 versus 1.964 versus 1.8, that's probably what, two people?
One
One
That's one
person?
position.
And this brings us all in line with the collective bargaining agreement.
Yep.
Okay.
That was all figured into this budget. That's why we kind of did the negotiations early, so we
Right,
have that budget
right,
number.
right.
Yes, it would be great to have all those positions filled. Let's see what we can do this year with we brought it down. 18 was very high, and we knew that going into it, so we talked about this quite a bit. Yes, I'd like to get back to full staff at some point, but I think we can make this work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just while you're still up there, quick question. So we have 24-hour coverage
We do.
in Camden.
We do.
And do they also have 24-hour coverage in Rockport?
Yep.
That seems to me like a real opportunity for when we've struggled in the past to decide, oh, do we really need this? Do we not? We have the county, but do we really want to rely totally on the county? It does really feel like we could maybe share that, 2 to 6 shift.
I
Could
agree
be.
with you.
What was that?
I agree with you.
Oh my gosh.
We do have, we're two separate departments, and we do have two police unions. So we have done some experimenting when we didn't have coverage and we had Rockport cover. So it's doable. We just got to get to that somehow.
Maybe we should have a meeting
We
with
were
Rockport or
talking about
something, or
having
a.
that, but just as we've
I
been
drive
doing
back and
with
forth
the-
between Rockport and Camden all the time, so
Are you out between 2 and 6? Because we'll just have you do the coverage.
only every so often, but I'll keep my eye
No,
out.
there's
Looking for
opportunities.
fish.
I think there's opportunities there where we can, maybe trade some services and get some covered. Camden do some services for Rockport. Rockport does some. But again, it's
Some
something that
services, that's a
we'll have
little vague.
to engage our unions and see where it goes.
No, engage our unions, because what, the unions say, put in there, I should have read the union contract more carefully. Camden can't go to Rockport and did the unions get involved in that kind of stuff?
Yeah, if you change their working conditions, they do.
Their working condition,
Yeah.
okay.
It's,
One last thing, Randy, on the associated revenues is the parking tickets we have in our summary is $50,000. Is that your current run rate? Or is that considering if we did the paid parking piece?
I'd have to ask Jody what the
She's
receipts
here.
are on parking, what the average is.
No, the tickets are
Violations.
different. Those are violations which occur with or without paid parking.
Right.
The paid
That's my-
parking revenue is a different category, right?
It's listed in the paid parking budget. There's also a listing for violations. I was wondering about this paid parking tickets at 50,000. If we did or did not do paid parking, is this going to get
I think
effective
that figure is
negatively?
probably just your hourly parking that we have now, plus any major violations.
Okay.
Yes, you're right, Randy.
Okay.
I just wanted.
I don't hear that very often. Thank you, Jody.
Yes.
That's a common misconception. I think it's probably good for us because the violations, we determine the fees and all of that separately from, has nothing to do with paid parking. But at one point, we did adjust the fees for the violations at the same time as the pilot program for the paid parking went into effect. And people were really like equating that.
Well, my point is limited to this because I know we have the paid parking discussion later, but I didn't want to go ahead and pass something by figuring that number is going to be either impacted positively or negatively, or to say, oh, this $50,000 in tickets here, if we don't do the paid parking, then it makes it a zero. I don't know.
Oh, I totally.
Or maybe it makes it 100.
I totally
But
understand.
I just wanted
yeah.
to make sure that what's this based on, so that if there's impact on the other item, that if this has been the run rate as we've been going.
Jody, can you answer that?
Well, we just changed the fees like.
Yes, this is strictly our ticket officer walking around checking these are the tickets that are derived from, extending your stay beyond what you do in these tickets. And so this is just strictly, and this, like you said, Chris, it is the running rate.
Okay. So if nothing changed and things stayed the same and we did stuff next year like we did last year, it's about this number.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any others?
We're good.
Thanks.
Thank you. Rick.
Thank you.
County dispatch.
Yes, so just wanted to point out again that this number has decreased by 16.3%. I'm assuming that's because the county really took our feedback that they had a major surplus in dispatch because of their hiring challenges. And so they, instead of increasing their dispatch fees to municipalities, they decreased it this year. So I think that that's really admirable thing that they did, and think that we should applaud them for.
So it's likely a
Listening.
one-year thing.
I actually, it might be more depending on whatever's going on there. It might be over a series of years because they were so short-staffed for so long that I think they ran up quite the operational surplus. But I don't want to answer that question. Mark might actually have a better idea than I as to. You don't have to come up, Mark, if I'm putting you on the
But we'll
spot.
take it.
If you're going to respond, you need to come up, but you don't have to come up. If
You don't have to respond. Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Thank you,
Just
Mark.
be happy with a 16.3%
Yes.
decrease
Yeah.
in the cost for
So
dispatch.
fire and EMS services.
So this is really the big change for this year, and this reflects a couple of different. It really reflects a service model change. So this will be the year that by increasing staffing to add 2 full-time firefighters, we'll be at that place where we can transition to 24/7 shifts. And in addition, we're partnering with Northeast Mobile Health Services, where they'll have an ambulance that's stationed at Camden Fire and Rescue. And so they'll provide the paramedic and respond from Camden, and we'll provide another medic or EMT, sometimes paramedics, that will also respond on those calls. So we're sharing staffing. And the good thing about this is, 1, 24/7 fire and rescue and EMS coverage. And 2, it's going to be much more quick and responsive because it's responding out of Camden instead of from their base at Rockport. And it just is, we also don't have to lay out the capital cost of purchasing an ambulance. So there's a lot of benefits to this public-private partnership with Northeast, and they've done it in other communities. I think, Brewer's the one that's most well-known. It wasn't Northeast, I believe it was Capital was the ambulance company that did that. And now I think they run through the hospital system there. But that's been a model going on for a long time now that's been really successful. So we're really hopeful that this is going to work well for everybody involved. It also gives us a chance to build our EMS capacity over the next few years.
And I noticed that, granted, the overall EMS services is staying the same for what we pay the vendor at $365. We are increasing the full-time wages from $447 to $804, but we're also increasing overtime. And I'm curious as to, our overtime in FY23 was $33,000. We're increasing the number of people, and our overtime is increased to $150,000 compared to $33,000. What is the reason for increased overtime if you have more employees to draw from in a regular work week? I don't know if the chief is still here. If he had there he is.
Yeah, and I can take a stab while he's kind of coming up. And if I'm off, he can correct me.
Mhm.
So originally, the chief had proposed 3 full-time positions.
Mhm.
One of them was going to be someone who wasn't necessarily on a fixed shift, but would be a floater within the department, and they would also backfill people when they had vacation or sick time. And so given that wasn't funded, I believe that this anticipates the need for overtime to cover those 24/7 periods, having the additional people available for that, as well as backfilling when people are sick or take vacation or other education.
We currently have 2 of our full-time employees who have applied to our paramedic program, so we're going to need to fill their shifts when they're gone. And really, we're incentivizing our full-time staff to come back when we need them. It's kind of like what Audra said, we could either pay another person, or we could incentivize our full-time staff to come back when we need them, when when the pager goes off. And that's, I think, in our mind, a better value than another person.
You okay with that?
Kind of.
So Audra, what was the phrase you used moving forward? Will we be increasing the EMS staffing? Is that something we will be adding one next year? Is that?
I would say it's most likely they'll request an additional person next year to be, to fill that.
So we did last year, right? We did a 6-year phased plan. And I don't know if it'll be next year, right? Because we're going to want to see how this works out with Northeast, where it's kind of the first year's got to kind of be a trial run and see how it works. And so I wouldn't say it's next year, but it's probably in the future. It depends on, how far we get into doing EMS and at what point, and if the town decides, okay, we just want the fire department to do all of it.
I also think, the transition to 24/7 shifts, they'll have a much better idea of, what they need in terms of overtime or additional capacity to make sure that, it's working as it should be, and it's not putting too much of a strain on the full-time people that we have on schedule.
Right. And it's probably a more realistic number. If you look at the actuals for this year, you'll see that our overtime is overspent. I don't think we budgeted enough overtime for the current fiscal year to consider vacation time, holidays, and things like that. The OT is overspent at this point. We're going to be fine at the bottom line, but it's a more realistic number.
Why is there, if you're going to start to do ambulance service, right? Why is there no revenue that we see concerning I thought that ambulance services generates revenue.
Yeah, so the revenue generated would go to that's kind of the one downside of having a private sector partner is they take the revenue.
So what if it's a situation where their ambulance is somewhere and, well, I guess it's just still their ambulance, it's just parked here at this point, right? This is the cost of not having, us deciding not to have our own ambulance, that they get the revenue even if we are the people that are staffing that ambulance.
Yep.
Is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a little unfortunate.
Well,
But
another,
We'll get reimbursed for that time though.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there'll be a second ambulance down there as well. So it'll be the third in line, but if that'll just be covered by potentially 2 Camden people. And if that's the case, then Northeast will reimburse us for the time for those Camden people. So there could be some reimbursement, but there's no way of knowing how much that's going to be. So it'll be more of a surprise than something we would want to put in the budget now.
So is the other ambulance, when is it going to be here? When do you start this sort of a process? Is it after the budget's approved, or is that what you're waiting for?
Yes. Yeah.
Budget approval as well as hiring, because making this work is predicated on us hiring 2 additional people to do the 24/7 shifts.
Yeah, so it's based on that, and it's based on us coming up with some short-term housing for the 24-hour shifts until we are able to make some renovations to the public safety building.
And do we have some things eyeballed already in mind for that?
For short-term housing?
For short-term housing?
We do.
Okay.
Yep. So
we have a
that's
plan in place.
That's also in this budget too. There's
quarters.
Yes, crew quarters rental.
And is that rental for that? I guess it's the entire year, $2,000 a month, basically.
Yes. Yep. I mean, it's no surprise on who it is, right? It's our neighbor to the.
I don't know who it is actually.
It's our neighbor on Tannery Lane.
Very good.
A family that's been very community-minded for many generations.
Good.
A nice story about the dog rescue. Did you all read that about the dog rescue?
No.
Thank you.
Public safety building is the next page, unless there's any other questions on EMS.
Nope.
I'm surprised there's not more here on the public safety building itself, 62 to 60 to 68. Is that because the changes is later on down the road for the building? Maybe that's in the capital items?
Yeah. Yeah, it's capital. Yeah. These are just sort of like operations, maintenance.
And the hydrant assessment, do you get involved with that, or is that's
That's the water company.
It's all tied to our rates.
We got to count those sometime though, make sure they've given us the right number.
It's a 4.5% increase
Oh, and it's.
year on year. Okay.
Mhm.
We won't spend a lot of time on page
Page
61.
left in blank intentionally.
Yep.
Street lights.
Any other questions for Chief Barley, though?
No, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Streetlights, down 31%. I mean, it's not a huge number to begin with, but
So a
how
lot
does
of
this
that.
work? Is this an LED thing?
No, a lot of it came down to the maintenance costs, because this is also maintenance for like traffic signals and downtown streetlights. So that we needed to repair quite a few in FY25. And I don't think we've spent more since the year-to-dates were published in this. But we don't anticipate having as many downtown streetlights that we need to repair this year. So that's from things like people knocking into them or
Doesn't insurance
cars.
pay for that? No.
A lot of the times it just isn't worth, it's too small to make a claim. Or, I mean, we could make a claim, but the hassle involved is not worth it.
Okay.
Okay.
Moving on then to Public Works, if that's okay.
Yep.
Page 63 or page 24.
So we're all.
Any
let's see if
questions?
The same number.
Yeah, there was a difference with the
Oh, that was the
department head
additional.
versus the others, and this is one of those cases where it went up.
Yeah, that was the addition of the staff for the,
The shared person, is that the?
I'm trying to even remember. I just remember the major difference or the major kind of increase was that there is an additional employee that's now shared
health insurance.
with Midco Solid Waste. So they're at Midco Solid Waste, I believe. Is it, Dave, is it 4 days a week and then at Public Works 1 day a week?
Yeah, Public Works 1 day, 4 days, and there's a reimbursement on the other side of that you're not seeing from Midco Solid Waste for the 4 days.
Right. So if you look at that, it's really much less of a overall increase because we're being reimbursed for that person.
But I share them between the two locations.
Right, and that's noted as
that
the
revenue
on the revenue side on page 66.
Yep. Okay.
How's what's the revenue that we get from the local road assistance? How does that work? $65,000 of revenue.
So the LRAP is years ago when they got rid of the DOT used to take care of like more of the roads at one point in time, and then they developed a system of basically having the municipalities ask for the money to do some of the maintenance to the roads themselves, and then we have to show that we're using that money towards the actual road improvements. So it's kind of like, we're getting the money for road repairs, that they used to do, and then they kind of put the burden on the towns. This happened a long time ago, and it depended on like the population of the community. Some towns have like an urban compact, like in Rockland, because it's a larger community. Ours, we basically have state roads and town roads, and I think that there was more of more of a responsibility of DOT to take care of that. Now this happened quite some time ago, they shifted from that model to having towns take care of that, and they reimburse them basically with that amount of money. And it's based on, I think it's based on your population and your budget, I believe.
Okay, thank you. The last time, I know last year we talked a bit at some length concerning the dam control agent stipend of $30,000. And last year I thought, even though I see it in here as it was there last year, during the discussion at the select board, I thought we said, let's just keep track of, it seems like that was a big number compared to in years past. It's been 15,000 in FY24, it was 11,000. So it's surprising that we really need $30,000 for a stipend for dam control agent. That does not seem, we talked about this last year, and I think the answer was, let's see what it really cost. And I don't know if we've got a log that shows. So what did it really cost? 30,000 seems like it's high compared to what was done in FY23 and FY24.
I don't think you were capturing the cost in those prior years. It was getting buried in the wastewater treatment plant budget.
So what we had asked last year at the select board was to say during this current FY, let's keep track. I remember Tom mentioning it. Let's keep track of the cost to see what that cost really is. So did we keep a log of that cost for this FY25?
Well, we definitely have a log of every time the dam control agent goes out, checks the dams, makes adjustments, looks at water levels, and does any sort of maintenance on them, like cleaning out trash racks and that kind of.
So are we able to say?
I don't think, just along the same lines as getting into people's salaries and job descriptions, and I think there's a lot to this, and that this is the kind of thing that we would have a separate discussion about. The dam control, we did have a kind of a robust discussion about it before. And if you really want to go down that road, what was going on was not okay. I know you're not a wastewater customer, but all of us who are wastewater customers were subsidizing that for years, really illegally, actually, because there's never any authorization for wastewater employees to be doing as much as they were doing, listening to complaints about everything from the Montgomery Dam to flooding at the lake to, so there's a lot in there, and it takes a high level of knowledge to be able to make decisions about when to open those gates, to be able to understand that there is one of the things that never got done is, like we were talking about before, a professional emergency action plan. That it's a lot easier when you just don't pay somebody to say, hey, when you have some free time in your wastewater duties, do this. That's why you end up with plans that are, I mean, it's actually kind of embarrassing and concerning what the town has. So
my question goes back to, in last year's budget discussion, we said,
Chris, I didn't think I was ever told to keep track for you the amount of hours I spend on taking care of the dam. If you think what I'm doing isn't worth $30,000, then you can come right out and say it. I don't really think that's an accurate statement. I think the amount of effort that I put into that position, the amount of time I spend on my off hours dealing with that, the amount of responsibility that it takes to do that, and the amount of effort and other engineering details that go into doing all of that job are probably on the level of where the compensation is. And I'd be more than glad to give the job up if you think that you're going to find someone to do this work for less than that, okay? I don't really like being a target because I'm doing an extra job. if you look at the amount of responsibility that I have, I think it pretty clearly indicates that I'm probably underpaid for what I'm doing. And I kind of take an insult to that. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And I'd appreciate it. Maybe if we've got to talk about this, we talk about it at a different time.
Thank you for your comments. The question was about last year, in last year's discussion
Yeah,
of the
and
budget.
I have just answered it.
Yeah.
We haven't kept track for you of amount of hours that I put into keeping.
It wasn't specific to me, and I don't mean to make this personal. This is not the intent.
All right, let's move on.
The
I mean, I
intent
think
is about.
you need to remember just how incredibly controversial some of the dam stuff has been. And I have bitten my tongue a bunch of times because I think what the town has done actually has gone, there's a lot of stuff that's not accounted for, a lot of work that's gone into trying to make people happy, a lot of work on the spillway, for instance, that was actually, a town employee going really way above and beyond what, spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to solve people's problems that are not the problems that I would have wanted to have solved. And I chose not to bring that up to try to attack an employee for trying to make people on another side of the issue happy. But if you want to get into all of the time that some of our town employees spend on various things and litigate that here, it's the type of thing that is not going to come out with anybody really feeling good. And if you want a little bit more information about some of the things involved with this just isn't the appropriate time to ask that.
I get it. There are ways to answer the question. One is saying, no, we didn't keep a log, but I think this amount is going to be accurate based on what the responsibilities are. And
So I would
that's
say,
a fine answer.
no, we didn't keep a log. I'd say if anything, this is a low amount for the level of time and responsibility and expertise that this position requires.
Does it require?
Do you know that we've never before, there was never a
Excuse
log
me.
before? No, I'm going to say that if you want to look at, there actually is a log. For years and years and years, I requested that there was a public place to be able to see where the lake level was at. That was never anything that anybody was able to do. It was, if you wanted to know what level the lake was at, you had to guess or you had to call and figure it out. Now what we have are sometimes daily, always weekly updates at 3 locations where somebody is going in there all the time saying, this is what the gate is at. This is why. This is what the level is. That if I had, I did ask for that kind of thing. And I was told for years that this was,
That is a log.
that is a log that is an extraordinary new level, coordinating with the Watershed Association. I mean, it's just like, it's a lot more that's happening now than before. And it's a really thankless.
Thank you. I can understand being passionate about a particular subject. We still have the responsibility to have a collegial discussion about any of the items that are on here. And for example, maybe the answer really is great. Okay, we don't have a log. $30,000 is what we need to commit to this sort of item because of what we've done in the past, at least through the other means. At what point, at some point, does this require a separate position instead of it being a stipend to somebody's additional responsibility?
Well, there's the other part is that it's in the public works budget and it can be distributed out to other people was exactly what was talked about.
I'd say that the difficulty with this is that it probably isn't enough time to be a whole separate position, even a part-time position. And you're never going to find anybody with the level of understanding or expertise to do this for even on a part-time basis. It's quite technical if you're doing it correct. And, we've found out things that nobody ever knew before about how to manage these dams. Like when we had that May flooding event, finding out that the Seabright Dam was very close to being undermined because the way the flashboards had been attached to it. And, things like the emergency action plan that we're going to update based on actual issues and physical triggers that happen at the dam sites. So there's a lot of knowledge that the town never had about the management and operations of our dams that just by having somebody that is curious and asked questions and spoke to engineers and spoke to other dam control agents has found out. So I would really struggle to fill that as even like a separate part-time position with anybody knowledgeable enough to do it. correctly.
Then there's the damage to the dams from the storms that have to be coordinated with the contractors. There's recommendations of the audits or the inspections that from Klein Schmidt that has to be executed. And normally those were always hired out. We've done those internally through the Public Works Department now. There's a lot of coordination that goes along with that. There's times when you get called with people screaming at you because they don't like the fact that the water's low at one end and high at the other, and they don't even live in the town. There's people that want to, almost lynch you because, the pond was flooded because of a storm that came up 4 inches and you're trying to let out enough water out of the gate in one day that's only 24 inches high and wide. There's a lot of responsibility, and there's a lot of lumps you take with that job. And personally, it's not always pleasant. So there's a certain amount of compensation that goes with positions like this. And there isn't a lot of people that really want to step up and do it. I stepped up and did it. And I don't ever put a budget in front of anybody here that's exorbitant. And I don't ask for things I don't need. So I'm just going to let you know straight up. I'm a pretty straight shooter. And I don't ever I'm not into taking more than I need ever. I give more than I should. So we'll just leave it at that.
Without a doubt.
Thank you for your
Dave.
comments, Dave. And,
Okay.
we go through the question, we go through things. When we have
I
questions,
think we've
we
said
drive
enough.
let's
on.
move
I think
on,
enough's
yeah.
been said. Let's keep going.
Awesome. Thank you. Are there any other questions concerning
No.
Public Works?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then we skip down to what we've already been through that page. We're getting towards the end, folks. We really are. Page 68, Community Services.
No issue there. Community life, right? No.
Camden Public Library. This is where there was discussion earlier.
So do you want me to just summarize
Sure.
changes? So the annual appropriation to Camden Public Library, which is roughly 50%, maybe a little bit less of their operational budget, actually did not decrease significantly from FY25. I think there was less than a 1% increase. The difference is the addition of funding for capital improvements to the library, and that mostly consists of repointing work that they need done on the masonry. And there was discussion because, like Christy was saying earlier, FEMA's changed the amount that they have talked about contributing to this project multiple times. Regardless of what FEMA ends up contributing, the town needs to match it to some level. And the idea is if the FEMA reimbursement comes through, they'll be able to complete, more of that project within FY26. If it doesn't, it can be staged over a number of years. We learned a lot of lessons from repointing the Opera House that, there's only so much of that work that can be done in 1 year because of weather, because of time. It's very time consuming work. So 150,000 is what the select board discussed and recommended at the last meeting.
Okay.
Any need to go through the additional sheets on their grand total that is then stated on page 73?
Mhm.
Anything else?
Nope, we're good.
Harbor. It's a 10.9% increase compared to last year, as recommended by the town manager, budget committee, and the select board.
No, in fact, we went over all of this. We all listened to the budget committee go over all of this in great detail. We were all supposed to write down things that were burning little issues. I could bring up 5 million of my burning little fun little issues, but we kind of were supposed to do that earlier. And I think that we should just have a say. If there's anything that we've brought here, just start with that. And this is, I don't have anything beyond what I said last time that is important enough to bring to the whole group.
Oh, for the overall budget.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, that's good because we're really close to the end.
close to the end.
Next is Parks and Rec.
And again, we went over this at length last time.
Yep.
So
And the Opera House. Page 81.
good there.
Cemetery, there's been an increase, but that was because evidently of full-time wages increase.
Mhm. Yep. And
Any
that's a
other
wash.
items?
No.
On the capital services side, that's page 88. Nope.
No, I'm good with what
And
we.
then the last piece is on, I think it's the last, is on the capital improvement items. And again, we already talked about it earlier where the fire truck is not in the budget because of the warrant article.
And the window
And
wall.
is there any anticipation of any concern with, and I know it will come up later, and that's why 7A exists, on increases to capital improvements as a result of the tariff that we should be concerned about? Tariff changes, do you think?
Absolutely. I just
Can't
can't possibly tell you what they're going to be.
Yeah. Very good. So,
And
given
also,
that's the
I guess
case-
another, and I'll just put this in a plug again. If the federal government decides to make a change where municipal bonds are no longer tax exempt, borrowing for us will go up by, they're estimating 25 to 50% increase in cost of borrowing. So that would be pretty catastrophic for school districts, municipalities across the country.
Do we have any sense of the likelihood that that will really happen? I'm starting to get to the point where, you hear all about these things. There's this. And I'm, not, if there's something that we can do. I saw the Leakenville Select Board.
Right to your Congress people, everybody, right to Susan Collins in particular.
I mean, should we pass a resolution? Does
So-
that matter? Or-
Yeah, no, I do. At the next meeting, that was one thing. I knew we had too much going on tonight, but I do think the select board should pass a resolution. Yeah.
So with that being said, if we've got a number of projects that are in here, and then if it ends up being that the price is significantly different, we
We'll have
can
to-
at that time.
Yeah, I mean, this will even
Hold,
impact the $12.5 million infrastructure bond, because that's just a ban right now. It's not a bond. So that isn't locked in. Not that that's even gonna matter. I think the cost of borrowing could go up for all of our current ones, depending on what happens. So,
Sarah.
yeah.
Sarah Scrivenich, Chairman of the Budget Committee, not going to speak to tariffs overall, but I do know that we asked that line of questioning to the chief about once we contractually lock into a price of a new truck, then they are obligated to deliver the truck for that pricing. And so we were thinking about the timing of getting that locked in lieu of price increases. So I just wanted to add that to the. Yeah.
Oh, that's.
But you're saying that
that's a
those
good
could
point.
those could even change, even like a variable rate credit card in a way.
The financing.
Yeah.
Financing.
All right, I think we're ready. Are we ready to vote on the overall
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
numbers? So we're going from,
So we make a motion to approve the budget that we had agreed to last session without any changes, which is the way the warrant is currently written.
You want to say, like the select board column
the select board column.
Yes, the select board.
number
column.
Remain
for
as-
each cost center or?
Yeah.
Is
Chris,
there-
what page is that on?
So if you go back to, I believe it was the expenditure summary. Here, let me scroll up so I can get to that.
The blue page.
So that would be in your packet, page 35. And if you read off the select board number for the budget category, so general government, public safety, public works, community services, culture and recreation, and then debt, capital, and contingency. Those are all the categories that are shown in the budget. Oh, sorry, in the warrant.
Warrant.
So do you want to vote on each one of those numbers?
Do we have to say the number? Sometimes they've been told different things. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So for general government, we've got $2,721,282. For public safety, $4,421,167. Public works, $2,228,800. Community services, $24,000. Culture and recreation, $2,249,050. And for total, do you want the total number?
Then there's the debt.
The debt and capital contingency, $3,628,321. Total town expenditures, $15,272,620.
I move that we approve those numbers to put forward on the town warrant as stated.
I'll second it.
Any further? All those in favor? Okay.
And then
Got through it.
there's one more number you need to vote on.
One more number.
Go for it.
That's the bottom line revenue.
And the bottom line revenue, the,
The 6.7?
That is the,
No, or the
that's the,
8.5.
the $8,523,733.
So moved.
Seconded?
All those in favor? Okay. All right. Done.
The next line, we don't need to vote on the total, the general fund budget of 6,748,000. Is that something we do not need to vote on then?
you do not need to vote on, but you can say it just so that everybody knows.
Yes, the general fund budget total is 6,748,867. That is the expenditures, expenditures less revenues for a 3.07% increase.
For what?
3.07%
okay.
increase.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that seems like an important number.
It is.
It's like a,
Yeah.
Okay, should we do the Mono Road pump station and then we'll do the warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you look on page, or do we want to let
Thank
Yeah,
you, gentlemen.
folks take off?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, what page are we on?
What page is it?
So it's page 26 in your packet.
Oh, I've got to refresh the packet. Go ahead. You go. Go ahead.
All right, so as you'll see from the bid tabulation for the Molyneux Road Sewer Extension and the pump station, this would be the extension that brings the sewer system out to Mountainside Park. We had two bids. So we had Ford Enterprises, and they came in with a bid of $1,962,950. And then Ranger Construction Corporation, their bid was $2,709,708.50.
wow.
So quite the discrepancy.
And how much
That's
are we
wild.
receiving in grant funds for this?
So we have received, we've got, we're working with a cooperative development institute who received a congressionally delegated spending grant of 1.3 million, as well as a community development block grant that the town is receiving of just shy of $1 million. So it's 2 million in grant funding. Sorry.
Oh, phew.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's
so the
great.
quick math is Ford Enterprises is under what the grant amount is
Yes.
currently.
Yep.
That's a huge difference. And
And
Yeah, that's why
remind
we're in
us
a
of
hurry
why
to do it.
this was a late add to the agenda.
So we received bids at 2:00 this afternoon. And with this project, there's the installation of a pump station. So as anybody who's looked at the pump stations in town, they have a lot of electrical, a lot of mechanical pieces to them. Just like with any supply chain in the United States, a lot of those pieces come from China. And so tariffs are really going to impact prices. So the quicker that we can get out there and order the pieces or our contractor can order the pieces and parts that go into building the pump station, the more likely we're going to be buying pieces and parts that are already in the United States or been already imported here, and the less likely we are going to be suffering some of the major cost increases from receiving these parts from China.
I mean, it's really them, the contractor, that
Yeah.
the way this works is that this cost is guaranteed because it's a bid, it's not an estimate, right? So I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. It makes all the sense in the world to try to,
Yeah.
Ford Enterprises obviously gave us the very best price they
Yeah.
possibly could, almost, concerningly.
Yeah.
So I would definitely be in support of moving forward with this. I don't think that waiting until the next select board meeting is going to change any of the decisions or even the questions that
Right.
I would ask. So I would move that we approve awarding the contract to Ford Enterprises in the amount of $1,962,950.
Can I have a second?
Yeah, I will second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, and maybe Dave could enlighten us on, again, the concern being it's so great, it's an $800,000 difference on the project bids, and I just don't understand what might be there. Why would mobilization for one be 440,000, and for the other one being 65,000?
I think a lot of that, and Dave can kind of fill it
It's
in.
a big difference.
One's a local
One's right here.
contractor and one's coming
I
from.
think, yeah, it's what Audra's saying. It's the location. This is right in someone's backyard. The other person's going to have to travel an hour. We're really just trying to give the contractors as early a start on this as we can with supply chain issues. It could become problematic. Piping's coming from Canada. We want to get things ordered. And we're doing it also because we want to get this project done before the end of the year so that the park community can be hooked up into the sewer line. And I think that in talking with, I think the next meeting was almost 3 weeks away, and 3 weeks is 3 weeks in the construction world, and we're already off to a late start. So we really want to get the shovel in the ground, and we want to give the contractor as early a head start as we can. And 3 weeks or 2 weeks doesn't sound like a lot, but it is.
Well, I was just curious about, I didn't know where Ford Enterprises is as compared to Ranger, as far as, it's a big difference in price.
So what we did was the engineer develops an estimate for the project, and his estimate was pretty close to being in line with Ford's. I think what happened is Ranger threw out a big number. They're busy. This is what the engineer was telling us. He says they're really busy right now, and you see this a lot. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of data points to be able to compare everything. Like if we had 5 bids and they were all high and Dan's was low, I'd say, yeah, that's concerning. But with the fact that the engineers estimates are in line with Dan's. Dan's local. He's right where he should be. I think you see this a lot with contractors. There's always one or two that'll throw a big number out and they feel like if they get it, they get it. And if they don't, they kind of go on to something else. That's my opinion of it. That's what the engineer that we've hired also said. And I think we were fortunate that Dan did bid.
Yeah.
Dan bid on the bridge project and he didn't get it. And there was another contractor that underbid him. So I don't think it's a problem with Dan. I think Dan's usually on the lower end of things, but I mean that's the business. You know,
Right.
sometimes you bid right on the money and you make a decent amount. Sometimes you bid high and you get lucky and no one else bids it and you make a lot more.
Yeah. On items 10 and 11, there is just the big differences between the two. They almost swap positions. Items 10 and 11 have to do with a 2-inch pipe or 1 1/4 inch and number of linear feet.
Chris,
Man,
you can't
one of
read
them-
into bid sheets. You just can't read into bid sheets. One guy is gonna put it in one line and another guy's gonna put it in another line.
Is that all it is?
I never ask for mobilization. I'd rather get paid for bid items than for mobilization. If you're reading line items, it's tea leaves. You go to the DOT website and read line items and you'll see it's just where the contractor thinks that, they'll have the best opportunity to get paid is what it comes down to.
As long as we feel that, we're not leaving ourselves short in this case by going with the lower bidder. And if that's, I didn't know where Ford was, or Ranger. So
I mean, Dan Ford lives
that's
in
good to know.
Hope, so it's pretty easily explainable.
Okay.
He's done a real lot of work for the town. He's the one that removed the Rossin Avenue Bridge. He won the DOT project for the removal of the bridge, but the way that project worked was the second half was the town putting the bridge in, and he bid on that and didn't get it. So, he's high and he's low, but he's usually reasonable, and he's easy to work with. He's done a lot of work for us. We have a good working relationship with him, and we feel like he's more than capable of doing the job. And I think he's hired some subs that are going to do a good job too. So, I mean, the pump station really isn't going to be Dan Ford building it. It's going to be a bunch of other subcontractors. Dan's going to be more of the earthwork guy putting the pipe in the ground. They're going to directionally bore the line under 52. They're not going to dig that. So, it's really a good job. And again, I'm just going to say that I think Ranger was putting a big number, thinking, sometimes you're the only bidder and they know you got to get a job done. You throw a big number out there and you get it. Unfortunately they tried doing that. And I think we had somebody local that gave an on-target number, and, it was to the benefit of the town.
All right, let's go. You got it. Are you good, Chris? Okay.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Where does this appear in the budget? Is this last year's budget or next year's budget?
It doesn't, because it's one of the, it's grant funded. And then also it's, if there's any overage, it would be the $12.5 million bond. So these sorts of projects don't sit within the budget.
Okay.
It's a wastewater project.
And it's primarily a wastewater project.
I will say there's a small amount of bond money that's going to be used because of the congressional funding and the ECBG grant money can't be used for private sewer line, and we're installing a private sewer line in parallel with this line to accommodate people on the Molyneux Road. It's a small part of the job, but that would be paid for out of the bond.
It's one of those taking advantage of the hole being in the ground, digging the trench for one and putting in two, basically.
It's not so much the same trench as it's the fact that the contractor's there and he's able to do it. I mean, one of the things that we always are committed to doing is expanding the collection system to be able to service other homeowners in that area. And whenever you have an opportunity and you're putting a line in with a pump station, you really want to tie in as many people as you can, or at least give them the opportunity to. And again, just to remind everybody, a lot of people have private systems. Private systems have a finite number of years of service on them, and we're auditing each home, checking the data of their private collection system, and depending on where they're at, we're either giving them a hardship where they can continue using their system for the remainder term of their private system and then connect, or we're helping them connect in now. So we're giving everybody a helping hand, so to speak, and we're not just saying, we're putting the line through, you got to connect. We're not doing that. And that's actually kind of what the ordinance says to do. We're actually going a little bit above and beyond. We're helping people, basically finance putting this in if they can't afford it. If they can't afford it at all, we're trying to use trust funds to help them install and hook up direct. And if they have life left on their private system, we're letting them keep that until the life of the private system expires, in which that will follow their property, and then they would connect at that point in time.
Dave,
So,
can I just jump in? We
Sure.
would love to have updates as this goes on. We just have an epic amount of stuff still to get through. So I
okay,
appreciate you being here.
no problem.
And we'll just catch up as things go
You got
along.
it.
But I really appreciate your expertise and what this is going to add to that side of town. So seeing no
Mhm.
other, if we have no other questions or comments, can we vote on this and get on to the
The
warrant?
motion was
It's been
to,
moved and seconded, so.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? All right, brilliant. On to the warrant. Okay. So a lot of these are kind of pro forma, but I guess we have to go through them one at a time.
Yep. So would you like me to go through and explain? All right. So to start at the top, article number 1 is to elect a moderator, and that's done at the polls. Even though we don't have open town meeting anymore, we still have a moderator who opens and closes the polls as part of the process. Article 2 are the elections. So that is 1 3-year term for the select board and 2 3-year terms for MSAD 28/CSD number 19. Article 3 is the zoning code amendment, and that has to do with the Bowden Cottage increasing the number of beds from 12 to 18. Any questions about that? Jeremy explained it. We
We
had
had a
hearings.
public hearing about that.
Article 4, that is another zoning code amendment, and this is to be consistent with the state's minimum size requirement for accessory apartments. So it was never specified when we added that to our zoning code that there was a minimum. So it's a minimum size of 190 square feet. Any questions?
And that one, we've also had a public hearing and approved.
Yes, Article 5, that is amending Chapter 194 of the code, pesticides, by adding, amending the notice requirements and exempting certain applications. So this is another one that we talked about. The applicators came in and sort of explained the situation with the signage requirements as well as timing around that. And then
excuse me, Audrey, on Article 5, with the changes that were recommended, is this one of those where we're going to have in italics or something that says, see the chapter 194
It's here.
at the town office?
Yep, so all of them where there's additional language refer to the website, and also say you can get hard copies in the clerk's office of the amendments. So Article 6, that's the Pleasant Ridge Homeowners Association deeding over the retention pond, they call it the stormwater detention pond to the town, as well as the green space around it. Any questions about this one?
No, we've
Yeah, I did just want to follow up on the one concern that I'd had before, Jeremy, was that when the homeowners association initially attempted to sell that lot for, to let somebody build on it. They also voted to revoke all of the covenants in their homeowners association.
Subdivision.
Yeah, which in order to allow them, they thought, to sell that lot. And then that's still on file with the Registry of Deeds. And one of the things that those covenants include is a prohibition on further clearing of trees, which was part of the original subdivision approval, and for, obvious reasons. You're kind of motioning in a, I think you can, you can, if it's just a head nod from the back, that's
Yeah,
fine
so
too. But,
I appreciate it. I think it's a good question.
so I think it's important just for I want as many of those subdivision lot owners as possible. I know that a lot of these don't actually go to that pond, but keeping that vegetation intact was part of the subdivision approval, and
It was. So I'm going to follow up on that separately outside of this issue. This is, this is not changing any of those approvals that the planning board had. This is just transferring that lot. And we are going to follow up on it. I'd spoken with Bill Kelly about how to handle that and move forward. So we are looking at that separately and going to
it's like one of those
likely
things
take
that I
some
wouldn't want to
action.
do this if we can't. I know this particular group isn't
Mhm.
necessarily averse to that, but in general, what are
Are you
a
referring to
homeowner's
being able to remove or not?
So as part of the
So the home-
subdivision,
the homeowners association is part of the subdivision approval. This happens all around town, all around the state, all the time, where there are conditions of approval. So you're allowed, and then nobody remembers this over the years, and homeowners associations tend to sometimes vote to do things.
that aren't
And there
consistent with
is
the
no
approval.
system in place that automatically triggers some kind of a
Right.
review. And so, in general, things that were part of a subdivision approval, either with the state or the planning board,
Run forever
run forever.
until they come back to the board if they want.
Parcel or
Around, it's the removing
Removal
of,
of certain percentage of trees and vegetation on every lot. There's a limitation, and that was part of the
Right.
subdivision approval. And Allison's right. They did pull that out of the HOA pulled that out. They aren't allowed to do that. So we're going to be handling that separately.
so it would revert back to the original
Mhm.
language that was in the.
Yeah, those
subdivision.
still apply. That subdivision approval still
Covenants,
applies, and
yeah.
they still need to be consistent with that.
it would be good to look at the remaining 78 properties
Totally agree.
too.
I'm planning on it.
Because that really will affect us in the long, if we don't force
Yeah.
subdivision plans to be stuck to, then the reason that they were okay to do at the beginning, when everybody comes to these public hearings and says, well, it's okay with me if they do this, as long as we know that they're not going to cut down these trees, they're not going to do this. If the town doesn't make an effort to enforce those, it's all meaningless, all this time that people spend making sure things are going to be okay. So
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes, and I'll just be quick, sometimes we don't ever notice, we don't ever find out about
things
any of
happen.
those things. That HOA did that on their own.
Right.
And then we end up having to track it down in the future. I've seen in the past where HOAs have gotten rid of the responsibility to maintain stormwater ponds like this pond.
Right.
And they just say, we're not responsible anymore.
they all get
They
together and
are.
they vote and they file it with the Registry of
So-
Deeds, and everybody feels like it's
Right.
law, and then nobody figures it out until somebody complains, and then
Well, and if you're the third or fourth owner of a property in a
Right.
subdivision, a lot of things have happened before you got there, and
It all goes back to that original approval, though.
pay attention to those covenants
that's
that run
us.
with
So
it.
that's our
Yeah.
job to,
Yep.
and the state, ideally the state, but
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. All right. That was Article 6, which we also had a public hearing about, right? And approved that.
we've had public hearings
Okay.
about like all this stuff, but yeah.
Okay.
7.
All right, Article 7 is authorizing the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway. Do you want me to go into this anymore, or just, do you want to do public comment?
Well,
You want to read
let's
it?
see. I mean, I know we have a lot of folks here that are concerned about this particular article. Would it be more, and probably there aren't a lot of comments pertaining to articles beyond this one. It may be that most folks are here to speak to that article, I would imagine.
Yeah, and
So we
Would it
maybe
make
got an
sense-
introduction also from Bill there was some correspondence that was sent. Some of that was helpful.
So Bill helped the committee develop the warrant article. So I guess just a little background. So MRCAC presented the McGonagall River Citizens Advisory Committee presented their report to the select board with a recommendation on the Montgomery Dam in February. The select board accepted that report and instructed us to write a warrant article based on the recommendations of the report. And so Bill worked very closely with the committee to do so. We received additional feedback from the Library Board of Trustees because they have certain responsibilities that were laid out in the deed when the land was gifted to the town about over 100 years ago. And so, almost 100 years ago, a little less than that, 1930s. And so based on that, there were further adjustments made to the warrant article. So Bill can, speak to, some of the discussion around it and why the language is what it is and how they tried to follow the recommendation from MRCAC as closely as possible. So I'll leave it to Bill to explain that. And also, I'd recommend, committee members who spent a lot of time on this recommendation as well, who might want to come up and speak to the warrant language as it appears before you.
Great. So should we start with Bill's background? Take it away, Bill.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Great. Well, good evening. So, yeah, I had an opportunity to really get the flavor of MRCAC for a few meetings. And they're a very deliberate group, and there was a lot of energy and a lot of thought and really a lot of drafting from multiple folks on the committee that came into the language that helped with creating the language in the article. I think that it was a really considered article. There are some changes that have been made along the way that get us to this point. I don't have a lot more to say about the creation of the article. I can say that it is, in terms of the steps that are necessary, it is the next step that's necessary in terms of getting the big picture approval from the voters as to whether or not they do or don't want to do this before the next phase will occur. Of course, that's going to involve engineering to explain how this is actually going to occur in a very detailed way. What this article doesn't include, and this was some of the correspondence you're talking about earlier, yesterday and today, is it doesn't include, and it's not busied up, so to speak, with all of the approvals and permits and reviews that will be necessary once there is an engineered plan to be reviewed. And just for context, of course, if folks don't know this yet, because this project is where it is, it involves the state of Maine, it involves the Army Corps of Engineers, it involves local planning review for various ordinances that apply. It will perhaps have a couple other town committees that may review it and give recommendations. But those are all things for the future. This article is intended to be succinct and to the point so that it is understandable to the readers without turning it into a book of 3 or 4 different chapters. So that's how it came about. And the note itself was essentially derived from the commentary in the MRCAC report. What I did was take a fair amount of time to pull out the pieces of it that seemed to be relevant so that the public would understand the process that MRCAC had undergone. It is, whether you're for or against it, I will say that it was an extraordinary process. I don't think I've seen too many committees like this in my entire practice, maybe one other that went into this level of detail. So I applaud them, and I thought it was important in writing part of the note here to make it clear that what the extent of their review was, because it is so unusual. And for those folks who have not been part of it, I think it certainly gives the public context when they're considering the recommendation in Article 7. So those are a few general thoughts about what my participation has been.
I have a question.
Okay.
Lavana Snyder, I live in Camden, 27 years. So I am curious, because a couple years I signed a citizen's petition to have a vote on whether we wanted the dam torn down or not. So I'm curious, because the way this warrant is written, it's not giving any indication that this warrant is that vote. So it looks like we're voting on accepting the River Committee's recommendation and receiving grants. So I'm just a little surprised that that citizen's petition, after a couple years, still hasn't surfaced. So could you address that issue in respect to this warrant?
Multiple citizens petitions. There was one point when there were two competing petitions, one that wanted one warrant article and one that wanted another, saying opposite things. That was the genesis. And then we had to get lengthy legal advice on how to handle that situation. Both groups at the time advocated for a citizen review committee. And Bill probably has more to say, but there've been a lot of citizens petitions.
Yes, so I would, just to comment briefly, I think that I went on record at some point as saying that those petitions were premature in the sense that they were philosophical perspectives that lacked the kind of rigor that the town engaged in by having the MERCAC folks spend as much time and energy and receive as much opinion and did all their due diligence. That was really, I think, the crux of why it made much more sense and was appropriate to delay any kind of a vote on those petitions while there was a review going on by the town, assigned by the select board, and all of the materials that folks have seen from Interfluve and Garlene Dorsky and other folks who participated. So I'm not a fan, in terms of being the town attorney, of entertaining warrants before there's been an opportunity for the town to do its due diligence. Whatever that may provide in terms of an opinion, nobody knew when this committee started what the ultimate recommendation, which of course is 8-1, would provide, but that is significantly, that puts the town in a significantly better place to address this warrant article than those petitions that, at least in my opinion, were incredibly premature and emotionally and sort of philosophically driven instead of factually driven. So that's my perspective on it. It's a fairly frank one, but that's what I think about it.
Thank you. I guess we'll go into comments from the public regarding this warrant article.
Good evening, Select Board Chairman. It's good being here. I remember back just in this, Roger Akeley. My memory was that you were presented one idea a couple of years ago for a straight up and down vote, just very clear language. There was no bias in it. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about my view, and I think it may parallel with you and that yours, that the only thing certain right now is uncertainty. The McGonagall River Project Steering Committee, which has focused on securing a large federal grant, is at a crossroads now, just before the vote coming up. Since the select board voted to table the pleasure of the town to repair Montgomery Dam
8 long years ago, the Montgomery Dam has suffered further neglect. During this long time period, in chasing federal money, there are still many unanswered questions, ones that I think are critical before we can make an intelligent vote on the river's future. No clues of federal funding are available. When, how much? Are there going to be strings attached? No finished engineering drawings. We can't see what we're voting for. Therefore, there are no conclusive costs either. There's no idea of local share, except that it will be sizable. And the CAC did say there's sure to be one. Therefore, nothing but speculation on the burden for our local taxes. There's been no outside objective reviews to double check assumptions, conclusions, and numbers to date. There's been no NEPA review, which should have started in a preliminary way, required for federal projects. There's no information on timing. Money is sure to come in dribs and drabs if it comes at all. What will we do when the work is interrupted, which is quite possible? What happens if there are long periods when funding dries up? You said you'll use federal or donated money to tear down Montgomery Dam. Does that mean you plan to destroy the dam during the first federal handout if it comes at all? I envision this happening, and then we have a partial project. It'll lead to a big hit in our local tax bill if we're going to finish it up. And unfortunately, Montgomery Dam will be gone forever. What will you do for the other $20 million upstream that you will need to re-engineer the rest of the watershed? So it's with all this uncertainty after 8 years of drama that we as voters are supposed to proceed with this lack of information on June 10th. Further, your draft resolution under consideration is a sales document, not a straight up and down vote. As residents and taxpayers, we deserve to have answers to our questions. The only choice you've given us up to this point is to vote no on this ill-timed vote.
Thank you. I think what I'd like to do, given who we've got in the room, is to alternate if we have people speaking for the article and those against. So is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the article?
Can I speak for a committee, though? On behalf of the committee? I think it'd be instructive for me to speak.
Let's just let everybody talk. Are we limiting it to 3 minutes? I think that's, does that?
Well, I'd like to, given the, yeah.
I think that's what normally we limit
Yeah,
everybody to,
yes.
everybody to 3
Yes,
minutes, whether you're
please.
for it or against it or
Yes.
neutral.
But going forward, if we've got for and against, I'd like to just make sure that we
No.
are fairly representing.
I'll try and be brief. Chris Frieden with the Historic Resources Committee, and I'm speaking in fulfillment of a duty of the Historic Resources Committee to review alterations, relocation, demolition of designated historic properties owned by the town, and to participate in the conduct of land use and other planning processes undertaken by the town. So just to give you some context, we, the Historic Resources Committee, met yesterday, and that was really our first chance as a committee to review Article 7. And we felt it was important to look at that language and analyze how it reflected what might be a position the committee takes in terms of either supporting or making a public statement against Article 7. And through that discussion, it became clear that our support would greatly be influenced by changes to the language. And we made a couple of recommendations, and I sent those in an email to the select board. And Bill Kelly did some analysis of those recommendations. And there were 5 of them, and I won't go through all of them, but I wanted to kind of really hone in on a couple. And that is that the language right now says that that the Library Board of Trustees that any portion of the project impacting Harbor Park has to meet with their approval. And I understand why, and that makes sense. But I also think it falls under the auspices of the Historic Resources Committee as the one entity within town government who's supposed to be looking at historical impact. And Harbor Park is in a historic district. And I think it would make sense to add that in addition to the Library Board of Trustees, the Historic Resources Committee approves the design and any portion of the project that impacts Harbor Park. So that is one recommendation. A second recommendation is that if the public votes to remove Montgomery Dam, that there should be some effort to memorialize and document the deconstruction of the dam, and ideally educational signage, perhaps an artifact of the dam. And I know that gets into a design space, but without any kind of provision for it within the article itself, I don't know that there will be any voice given to it after the fact. I understand Bill's analysis that you want to keep the article very clean, and of course that makes logical sense. But I also think that without some additional provisions, we're voting on things where there are no safeguards for what the next step is. So I think some minimal modifications to the article are in line. That's it.
You said you had fun. Why don't you tell us?
I think, Bill, I'll just rattle through them. The five were that the HRC should be included in the language of the article, that we will approve it as representatives for the community and citizens of the town to be keeping an eye on the historical preservation of the project. Secondly, that the Secretary of the Interior's demolition standards should be met when it is demolished, and that part of that is recording of the demolition. The third was that the part of the dam should be memorialized, whether it's some portion of the construction is maintained, as long as it doesn't inhibit water flow. That's a design question, but I thought that some effort to memorialize the dam should be included in the article. Also, we suggested that no construction or demolition should proceed on the project unless all the funds are collected, so that there's no chance, as Roger was discussing, that we only get a half of the funding. We move to partial demolition or full demolition without being able to proceed. And I also thought that the note at the end of the article was read as advocacy. I thought that stating that there is a link to the work that the MRCAC has done is perfectly fine and acceptable, but then listing all the experts and all the work that has gone into it makes it read like, if you're not in favor of this, you're standing against all of these experts. I think it reads as advocacy, and it should be removed. That's it.
Ray.
Ray Andresen, the minority member of the McGuckin River Citizens Advisory Committee, the only one who voted against this recommendation. And I'm concerned about a couple of things in the warrant article. One is that the original first thing that we approved had the cost of the project, or the estimated cost of the project, in it. There's no dollar sign in here. And I think that should be back in there as far as what's going to be the estimated cost, to let people know how much this piece of the project is going to cost. Secondly, we took the references, and there's no non-property tax revenue sources are contemplated, none of those, okay, for this cost. If the town has to pay something, where do those funds come from? Do we have a set aside for this type of a project? What's going to be used?
We won't be able to do it.
I'm sorry.
It's very limiting. We won't be able to do it.
We won't know until we do it.
Private donations.
That's,
We would not be able to do the project because this only gives authorization to do the project if it's completely funded with external.
With external?
Yes.
Nothing from parking fees or anything else like that?
Grants and
Okay,
private
fine.
donations.
Good.
It's
All
right there.
Okay, fine. I hope that applies for the entire project, up to the full $20 million project for the entire river.
$10 project.
No, we're not
Another
talking about
another
the
thing
entire
that, in looking at this, and it was stated that there should be just an up and down vote on Montgomery Dam. This is about Montgomery Dam. The dam is mentioned once in the whole article and note. The library board of trustees is mentioned 4 times. I think that's very confusing to voters as to what this is all about. And I think you have some work ahead to try to clarify that for the voters. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bill Larman. I'm also a Camden resident. I also kind of echo the same concerns that these other folks have had. I think that the warrant could be considered to be misleading. It seems to have a predetermined conclusion of how people should vote. There's very little about what the other side is looking for. It includes references to sea level change, which is really not part of this. I mean, the same amount of water comes out of the dam, out of that area, if it's a dam or if it's not a dam. So I think that it's kind of a misdirection by telling people that it's going to impact sea level change. It's also a challenge because of, as I said, it's not clear on how it's going to be paid for. And then finally, I guess it's just, it seems that it's a predetermined decision based on all of the, like they said, all of the references to the people that are, and specifically to the option C, that don't make any, there's no reference to option A, option B. So I think it's too much of a predetermined conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Jennifer Healy, Camden resident. In speaking to Article 7, shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway? I'll begin. Unfortunately, many of us feel the wording is not clear or forthright, but quite frankly, sufficiently vague in order to make an informed decision. I'll give you just a few examples. Aligning the cascade to its original underlying ledge channel. Wow. Even those of us who have attended and read everything available cannot really absorb some of these descriptions. What would be rearranged specifically? Secondly, allow for fish passage with adaptation updates to the Harbor Park seawall. I kept looking up adaptation updates. I know it's a ecology term, it's appropriate, but to me, in addressing this, it was pretty much clear as mud. Another example, we will implement resilience measures. Not really any clarity here concerning location or methods. Another example, in a manner generally consistent with scenario C. The word generally is not specific. You have not convinced us of anything with the word generally. Another example, any portion of the project impacting Harbor Park shall be subject to approval. Any portion, pick this, pick that, pretty much basically saying we'll do what we want. Finally, to echo many other people here, there's no mention whatsoever of cost. A glaring absence of even a ballpark figure. None of us makes a decision, I don't think, unless we have some sense of the emotional or the physical or the financial cost of it. That's just the way it is. How can you realistically expect the taxpayers of Camden to vote yes on a project that will likely cost them dearly without providing honest and transparent numbers? The public you are obligated to serve has placed its trust in you. Responsible voters who have made every effort to keep track of your latest plans for Magundragook River restoration deserve better than a vaguely worded article to vote on. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jean Brewer. I'm a Camden resident. And before I start, I just want to say this has been a long haul for so many people that I'm not here to offend anyone. I'm just expressing my opinion and where I've been involved and what I think should happen with the Warren article. I am on the side of saving the dam, so I'll say that up front, but I'm not here to talk specifically to that, but to the Warren article. In August, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not used to it. In August of 2022, the town manager and town attorney drafted a resolution that was approved by the select board. This resolution guaranteed that there would be a singular vote on the Montgomery Dam after halting a previously citizen petition vote, actually 2 petitions. And in order to halt a special town meeting vote that was being organized by the Save the Dam Falls group scheduled for September of that same year. In good faith, we trusted that the future warrant article would reflect the terms of the resolution that has never been rescinded. Since that time, a vote that was scheduled for last November was halted once more. Now, here we are today in April of 2025 with a warrant article that has been created that is unfair, biased, unethical, undemocratic, and I don't know, Bill Kelly says it's legal, but I'm not quite sure. With an additional propaganda note that is written underneath to promote one outcome of the vote, dam removal. This is not a one-issue dam removal, yes or no vote. It is an overpacked, language-heavy warrant article full of issues to lead voters both astray with too many decisions to consider and to lead to one desired outcome, Montgomery Dam's removal. I propose that you as a select board, I know you didn't write this, that you amend or rewrite this warrant article by being sensible, fair, honest, democratic, and honor the resolution of 22 in the process to restore trust in our town government. Voters deserve this, and it is the duty you signed up for when you were sworn into your role as a select board member. It is often stated in today's world that we need to do unpacking of words. As a former literacy specialist, this warrant article should be rewritten in more comprehensible language. I propose that you simplify this by having separate warrant articles for separate issues. Number 1, shall the town of Camden remove Montgomery Dam at the head of Camden Harbor at a cost of blank, whatever that is. Number 2, shall the town of Camden financially assist the library trustees as stewards of Harbor Park in order to protect Lower Harbor Park from coastal storm surge and sea level rise at a cost of blank, whatever that is. Number 3, if the majority of voters vote yes to remove Montgomery Dam, are you in favor of creating fish passage that will remove the sluiceway granite wall at the top of the dam, along with impacting the original Olmsted Bach design of Harbor Park? This will also alter the original intentions as stipulated in the deed of gift. The park is to be used only for park purposes. Furthermore, in the original notes on Harbor Park stewardship, in that document, it states that the library trustees were given this control of Harbor Park to keep the park out of town politics, as Mary Louise Curtis Bach intended. And here we are today, mixing Harbor Park with the politics surrounding this Montgomery Dam warrant article. Let's be respectful of our town's greatest benefactor and separate the protection of the park from the dam controversy. As far as federal grants are concerned, they are risky business and very unpredictable given the current administration in Washington, D.C. Perhaps we can address the coastal storms and sea level rise concern as a top priority that the community will support wholeheartedly. The river project is an enormous undertaking and extremely expensive. Voters should be made aware of these costs in black and white prior to this dam removal vote. I feel strongly that our biggest threat comes from the sea, and the most affordable option within the warrant article created by MERCAC is to protect one portion of our share of the coastline, Harbor Park. The threat that needs to be addressed on the river, that's our biggest concern, is making sure that our high hazard dams are working properly to prevent loss of life and property damage. This is of paramount importance. I thought I had another page. I guess not. Or else it's still on my computer. But thank you.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, Thomas raises.
Yes. Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just think the article is confusing the way it's worded regarding the finances, because you mentioned that there will be no cost to the town, basically. And then you mentioned our option C. So you're kind of referencing the larger project. So I actually had to read it 3 times to make sure I understood. And I still am not 100% sure that I understand. So people who haven't been as involved in this as people in your room there have been are going to have trouble understanding that. You need to make clear that, oh, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is you're saying that you have funding so that there will be no cost to the town for taking down Montgomery Dam. But it kind of sounds like you have funding so that the entire project won't cost the town anything. So you need to be honest with the voters and say somewhere in there, right at the end, preferably, this full funding does not apply to the rest of the project, and we do not have cost estimates at this point. I would also add, just looking at the 2024 update to the costs that's on the town website, for each phase of Montgomery Dam, there are, so like on the option for removing the dam, there are 3 different ways to do that. And some just involve more work that's being done and has a huge impact on the cost. So is this saying that the town, no, the taxpayers are not going to have to pay for any part of that, including rebuilding the seawall and doing the resiliency? Or does it just mean that they're not going to have to pay for pulling the dam down? None of that is clear in this article.
Well, they're 2 very separate
They're not.
pieces of engineering work, the resiliency plan and the.
They're not separate. There's a portion that can't be separated, and that's the point that the library is making. And it's really the same point that some of the proponents of saving the dam have been making, that you can't, all of us want to be like, we're going to treat the dam and the park separately, and that'll be easy. But it's true that there is a portion of this, you cannot remove that dam without impacting the park, because the course of the river, if you remove the dam, the river runs through a portion of the park. And so it's been hard for the community to wrestle with that we can't separate these issues. The reason that the dam was reinforced when the park was built was because water was leaking down into the part they wanted to use as a park. So that part, you can't separate it. That's why the Library Board of Trustees has said, we don't want you to try to do any part of this whole thing without looking at it comprehensively, because if you just do one part, it damages the park potentially without any gains. So I see that, MERCAC initially said we're going to try to get as many, the warrant article is going to say that we're going to try to get as much grant funding as possible. I can certainly see why people are concerned what that might mean. One of the things we said too with that resolution was that we weren't going to try to make it confusing for people, bury things in the budget, like, so you don't really know what you're paying for. So this is, when I looked at this warrant language, I was like, whoa, okay. So we're going for it. This is saying, we're going to do this. Do you approve of doing this if we can get grant funding to pay for the whole thing? The basics of fixing the seawall. You should watch some of the stuff that the library's been doing too. The reason there isn't a perfectly designed, engineered plan for exactly where every rock is going to go is the library's been doing a lot of work through the Inner Harbor Resiliency Study too. Blake Sanborn gave a great presentation where he talked about all the different ways you can soften parts of the shoreline. And I understand that the library is interested in maximizing the naturalized portion of that shoreline, that MERCAC really wasn't about to dive into, whether oyster shells can be used or not. The library has the right to do whatever they want with the seawall right now, if they can fund it. Really, the library actually, you could say, has the right to take out the dam too, if you wanted to look at it that way. So yeah, this is saying we're not going to be able, if we don't get grant funding, we're not going to be able to do the project. I know MERCAC said they didn't think that maybe, this is an effort to clarify that.
Okay, so that's really not my main point. My main point is, if you take the dam down, that's really implies that you're going to do the larger project.
Because there's a bank that, the dam, part of the seawall is, in the path of the river. So the seawall needs to be moved back and rearranged.
Yes,
as part of
so my point is that if you're going to take the dam down, that implies you're going to do the larger project. And you don't have full funding. There is going to be an impact on the taxpayers for the entire project. And apparently you don't have numbers for that. So you need to say that. Otherwise, you're misleading the voters.
No, it's not saying that it is the full project.
Okay, let's, yeah.
It is the full project. You have fun. Wait, hold on.
No.
See, this proves my point. It's confusing.
Yeah,
You
we're
have
not.
funding for the entire project? So that,
Tom, you need to be clear what you mean by entire project. That's part of what has been wrong here. There's a lot of very generalized language.
Here, nobody's going to be able to.
So when you say
Deb,
whole project,
I don't think.
Deb, come up.
Why don't we take turns speaking and we. This is.
you're lucky, I'm not going to bring all my notes. There are a couple of things. We've heard.
Say who you are.
Oh, sorry, Deb Chapman. I live in Camden. I haven't lived here my entire life, but I've lived here long enough. And I also live next to the river, if that makes any difference. The question back to Tom is, what do you and a couple of other people this evening mean by the entire project? You are making an assumption that by focusing on the Montgomery Dam, which is the first dam on the river, that it means that if we do that, we have to do everything else and we need numbers for that. That is not what our recommendation says. It's not what we looked at. Second point, and 2 or 3 people have mentioned this, holding us to account because we don't have specific numbers. Along the way, we have had some estimates, but actually earlier this evening, it was pretty clear that any attempt to estimate costing for large projects in this environment is an errand for a fool. You just can't do it. We have numbers that we can start with, so we have a little bit of an idea, but to put that in the warrant language would be misleading to the public, saying this is the cost. We don't know what the cost is. We simply don't. We have an idea of what it might cost, but that's not helpful when you're voting. That's why one of the reasons that we put in there that it would have to be free from public funding. We have to have the funding from a non-public source, from grants or other sources, not from taxpayers, in order to move forward. No one stone will come down from that dam until we are assured of the funding. It does say that.
It does say that.
Bill, I don't have it in front of me. Can you read that part of the warrant?
I'll read it. I can read it. I've got it in front of me. All right. So I got to start at the very beginning because it's a whole sentence. So, shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway to return it to a free-flowing river system that aligns the cascade to its original underlying channel, allows for naturalized fish passage with adaptation updates to Harbor Park seawall, and implements resilience measures to manage floodwaters and sea level rise at the head of the inner harbor in a manner generally consistent with Scenario C of the findings and recommendations of the McGonagall River Citizens Advisory Committee with the following conditions. 1, the town is authorized to fund the work only from non-property tax revenue sources, e.g. grants and private donations. And 2, any portion of the project impacting Harbor Park shall be subject to the approval of the Library Board of Trustees as stipulated in the deed of gift from Mary Louise Curtis Bach to the inhabitants of the town of Camden. So the town is authorized to fund the work only from non-property tax revenue sources, e.g. grants and private donations. In order to do any project with the town of Camden, and this is for anything that we do, we need an appropriation that's voted on. What this is saying is that it's only seeking sources from non-property tax-based revenues. And we won't be able to do the project unless we come back to voters and ask for money to do the project if we don't receive grants or private donations to fund it.
I think.
Oh, can I ask a question?
So I
So,
think that in
what
the
do you
silly,
mean
no,
by the
sir, you've
project?
had, no, sir, you've had,
Sorry, I thought you were done.
no, I
No.
think that we're going to,
One other thing
yes.
I want to say, because this has happened before, and it would make me feel a lot better if we never heard this accusation again, that somehow what we have done and what we are proposing is unethical, immoral, dishonest, and the list of those accusations goes on. And I know a couple of us have spoken before the select board before that those charges are unfair, unfounded, and based on God knows what, but not the effort we made. So thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Someone who hasn't spoken, Bernice?
Bernice Berger, Camden. To start this project at the Montgomery Dam just starts the whole issue of uncertainty. Are you saying that you would never start digging, destroying the Montgomery Dam unless you knew you could finish the whole project?
What do you mean?
The whole
What is
project.
this whole
To me,
project?
this project goes from the head of the harbor to the lake. Fish ladders at Seabright and East West dams. Would you start your project at the Montgomery Dam, not really knowing if you had all the money to do the project?
If the voters approve it.
You would do it.
If
You
the
would
voters,
start at the
Bernice, if
Montgomery
the voters,
Dam.
if the voters approve it, the voters approve it.
And that
This is
what I
about
think-
one dam. You should make, everybody should make their decision
I
based on
wish you'd
one
make it
dam.
clear. People don't get that. They don't get that. One dam, the Montgomery Dam gets destroyed. They don't realize that there's more dams upstream that still will need to be constructed and maintained. I'm sorry, I may be on the other side, and I've tried to understand this for 4 years. People still don't get it. There's so many layers. So I'm just asking you, who started the Montgomery Dam, The library benefits in some way because the money will cover both expenses, yes or no? You start at the Montgomery Dam.
I don't even know what you're asking. I'm really
Is that
sorry.
really true?
Yes,
You know,
I'm really
I give
confused
up
by
then.
what you're asking.
I give up because that's always been the answer. You can't answer the questions. You can't come up with the dollar figures. There's so much uncertainty. People are confused. But
Can
I'm
anyone
done. I'm
clarify for me what she's asking?
Yes, when, I think we need to clarify when people refer to the entire project or the whole project, it means restructuring Mogonicook River from the saltwater up to Mogonicook Lake, because that was the subject of the 2021 interfluve report. That is what's at issue here. The destruction of Montgomery Dam is just the first step in a major project. That is everybody's understanding of it. So that should be clear that the entire project means taking out or restructuring every single dam that
But
is.
that's not the scope of what we're.
We don't even own,
what
there
we
are
have
3
in front of us.
privately owned dams that we can't
So the
even begin
point,
to.
yes, but the point is when people refer to you, we all need to understand and have the same vocabulary. When people refer to the entire project or the whole project, they're talking about the proposal to change the whole river, to change every dam
But by
site.
voting on this, you're not saying that you're committing all this money to doing every other
I think
project.
it
This is
should-
just about the Montgomery Dam. And if you think that it should be different, then you can make that recommendation. This is what we have in front of us. This is what people are commenting on. And that's my answer.
And there's
People do
nothing
need
in,
to know
there's
that-
nothing in this language that refers to the entire project.
Nor is there
Or
any
it's very
obligation.
Specific.
If this project's done, there'd be no obligation to do anything beyond it.
That's what's so confusing. It's still my turn. That's what's so confusing.
Let's get people to take turns.
It starts, but it doesn't have to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I see where we stand.
Okay, Ellen, please.
Hi, Ellen Reynolds, member of MRCAC. And I'm not going to go over everything everybody's said up to this point because I think we have beaten it pretty well in lots of different forums. I think one thing that needs to be made really clear is this warrant is talking about Montgomery Dam only. And you can vote for this and then have absolutely nothing happen upriver from there. And this is in isolation. So you're not voting to determine what happens with the whole watershed. Many of you are focused on what it costs. And the language, I think, is super clear and I think has been reiterated multiple times that it doesn't cost anything to you. When you're talking about things upriver, which most of you seem to want to be talking about, having funding to remove Montgomery Dam allows funding for all of those other things upriver, which right now you guys keep saying is $20 million, which I'm not even sure where exactly that number came from, but you have an option to remove Montgomery Dam and potentially get funding for other things upstream, which is other dams that also require work in the millions. So you have one option to keep it and pay for it entirely, which is in the millions, that also closes off every option for funding upriver. What you are voting on right here in this moment is just Montgomery Dam though. And you can erase everything else if you want to, if that's too complicated. I will also say that many of you who have stated repeatedly that this is confusing to you, I know that I have personally said, if you want to sit down one-on-one to help you understand any part of it, I would be happy to. I have offered that many, many times, and not one of you has taken me up on it. So if you want to get out of your confusion, then take me up on that so that we can chat about it and you can get to where you need to be to understand it. That's it.
Thank you, Ellen. So I think that we've heard both sides pretty
I mean, we just have to let everybody.
I know, well, I know.
There are a couple of more points. that
Yeah,
I think
so-
are important to add to what Ellen just said.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Tony, please.
Let's just try not to respond to people and just let everybody that wants to
Yeah.
take a turn.
Okay.
And I will speak to
one- you
myself
get
in that.
One turn.
Yeah, Tony Grassi, Camden resident. The the only thing I would suggest is that the language be modified so that the word "it" in the second sentence makes sense.
Oh, right, there was
It
some
should
general
be,
agreement
it
on
should
that.
read to return the McGonagall River,
Mhm.
because "it" here refers to the dam. You're returning the dam to Freeport River, just a draft, per drafting mistake.
And take out the question mark at the end.
No, the question
Oh, no,
mark.
the question
it
mark is
belongs
right.
at
It's
the
such
end
a
of all
long
of them.
sentence that I got
I finally
totally-
figured that out. And I just want to say, it's very clear to me that the Save the Dam people wanted an up or down vote on the Montgomery Dam, and that's what this is. This is an up or down vote on the Montgomery Dam. And if you vote to remove the dam, it won't cost the Camden taxpayers anything. That's sort of the bottom line. And I don't think it could be any clearer. I think the language in here is as clear as it needs to be. And I don't find bias. I found in the note a factual representation of what's happened. And this committee worked at the behest of the select board for 2.5 years, at least. A century. And I think did a remarkable job. And I think the language is clear, and this is the chance. And we've been allowing this subject to sort of, in my view, sort of plug up the dialogue in the town. Not only is it plugging up the river, it's plugging up the dialogue in the town about many other really important issues that need to be focused on, whether it's the deterioration of the dams upriver, or whether it's the sewer system, or whether it's the harbor resiliency from sea level rise, and a lot of big, huge subjects that this town needs to tackle. And we've been sidelined working on this one issue. So I say it's time to get on with it, and let's have the vote and see what the voters want to do. Thank you.
Tony. Yes.
Nancy Lloyd, resident of Camden. When I moved here 8 years ago, there was a discussion about repairing the Montgomery Dam. And at that time, I recall, it was like $100,000. And it was shot down. And so then I've been following this for years now. And in terms of what's going on tonight, my one suggestion as a former English teacher is that you take that first sentence and make it keep that separate from the rest, and make it clear that that is what we are voting on. That first sentence that you taught. So make sure that that's clear. And if there's dollars and cents involved in that, add it to it. And then introduce the rest of it as saying that if the dam was removed, it would be part of this longer and more contentious proposal. But getting it bogged down in possible fish, the possible library, the possible this, the possible that, you'll never get to the bottom and to agree with this man. It has gone on too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think at this point,
We still have one more person.
Lavana.
No, I think didn't but you said no to Deb.
And so I want to go back to the point of the citizens initiative, because I disagree with Bill. There were emotions. That doesn't mean that what the citizens wanted to have done shouldn't be heard. And we wanted an up or down vote. And what I've heard from, I think it was Allison, we could vote on this. If it got voted to take the dam down and we didn't get the funding, we don't still have an up or down vote. And when the petition, I signed it because as a project manager, I know that you cannot, you really couldn't do the study that was done if you didn't know how the town was going to vote on that issue. Because if we had had it 2 years ago, this committee could have looked for a solution that incorporated that decision.
Right.
So to go forward without an up or down vote makes no sense.
I think it's a great opportunity to vote no if you,
right.
that's what you can do.
Well, then make it clear.
You can vote no.
Take the first 12 words of your warrant, put a period, put everything else in the notes. That's an up or down vote.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Keenan, Keenan Bosco. I'm a resident of Camden as well as a small business owner on Bayview Street. I have not been to any of these meetings. This is my first one. I was here for the Camden Art Walk approval. And I just want to say, as someone who has never heard of the provision, and this is the first sentence I've heard of it, I think it is perfectly clear as a person who's heard it for the first time. And I really appreciate the work that you guys have done. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I guess at this point, I'd like to turn it to the board for our consideration.
One of the things that,
Okay.
I just feel like
what
Deb
are we,
has additional, as
Okay,
as the
Deb,
committee that,
please, yes. Deb. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see you. I apologize. Yeah.
Shaky because I didn't have dinner. I didn't take my own advice.
I know you told me to. and-
I know, and you probably did a better job. I wanted to add to what Ellen said, and it's something we haven't mentioned very much, if at all, and that is, even if nothing else happens up the river, there are some benefits to taking the dam down, and our report has covered that. The expense, ongoing expense, perpetual expense of maintaining the Montgomery Dam goes away. And there's dispute about this, there is some flood risk to a certain section of the center of town that comes because of that reflecting pool, and therefore because of the dam. So there are those two pretty clear advantages, even if nothing else happens upstream. And those are detailed, mentioned more than once in the reports. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick comment, if you don't mind.
Please. Yeah.
I'll be brief. I'm on looking at this warrant, really, I would like to recommend that we really steer clear of anything that has the perception to either persuade or to dissuade the issue. I am in favor of removing a portion of the article, leaving what's there on the first line down to 283, and leaving with the following conditions. And then in the note, leaving it at the full report of the committee is available at the town office on the town website, period. That's
So
up-
wait,
I'm
be clear- I'm sorry,
excuse me,
wait, I
I'm
just want to be
still-
clear about what.
Yeah,
I didn't
thank you.
get your,
Right.
exactly what you're referring to.
Right, what I'm referring to is my recommendation.
So you're talking about
is-
taking out all of that?
I'm talking about, to the taking out the stuff that some people might say is unclear, ambiguous. Leave it to the simple. Shall
So
the
leave
town
out
vote? Yeah,
specifically.
I would recommend, shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway tax map and lot number with the following conditions, keeping in both 1 and 2 as far as authorized to fund the work only from non-property tax revenue sources, for example, grants and private donations, and 2, any portion of the, I would say the removal impacting the Harbor Park shall be subject to the approval of the Library Board of Trustees as stipulated in the deed. Of gift from Mary Louise Curtis Bach to the inhabitants of the town of Camden, ? I'd leave it at that. And then in the note, I would say, just like we do with the other pieces, that the full report of the McGonagall River Advisory Committee is available at the town office and on the town website, period. That removes any particular items that people could construe as persuading or dissuading people on a way to vote. You're telling them where the information's at. You're referring to the report that's available, and just keeping it clear of shall the town vote to authorize removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway.
Allison.
You're the liaison to this committee. Do you know how desperately I wanted to be the liaison to this committee, to be able to go to these meetings and participate? And probably Ken would have liked to be the liaison too, I don't know. But I've always said maybe they'd just let Ken and I both go. We could have settled everything. But anyway, why this is the role of the liaison is actually to kind of go through this process with them. And that was one of the reasons why I said, you know what, if Chris wants to, Chris is coming into this, he's learning about this, he wants to be the liaison, then I was, if you remember, I supported you in that when there was actually some resistance. Why are you waiting to do this here when you were able to be there at every meeting and listen to that? When I don't think it's wise for us to make major adjustments to this right now.
It's our job.
Yep, but you could listen, as Bill said, there was a lot of drafting that went on in almost a ridiculously group writing public manner. And, I had people telling me, I can't believe what they said there. I can't believe what they said there. So some people were following along. And for us tonight to say, we're going to take out a big part of that, that's going to be a big, long discussion where the best thinking doesn't happen. When you want to change language, you need to come ahead of time with something written out that we can look at. Just why not? That's the role of the liaison. You got this ability that nobody else got. You could have participated in all of this.
Thank you. However, I do believe that I didn't add any words to their article. What I'm removing are some things that either could persuade or dissuade others, and just making it very clear. Is actually something I said very early on, is we want to make this clear.
What might dissuade them?
Excuse me.
Or persuade?
I'm sorry. I'm still talking. Please.
Okay. Talk.
There was a time that you're correct on the committee. And there was also a time when I was not allowed to speak as a member of the board on that committee, that I was requested by the chairperson not to, out of the phrase that was used, out of consideration of other people's time. I was never to ask a question. Excuse me. There is a meeting that was held with FB Environmental with the original chairperson on that, and that was actually what the statement was.
They do that to me on the Pathways Committee all the time.
I'm still talking. So as a result, I went ahead and complied, and I was quiet. At the latter part of this, I did not want to, the committee was running fine, and they were doing things, and they had public discussions, and they did a lot of work, no doubt about it. All I'm saying at this point is to make the article more simple, shorter, letting people know where to go for that additional report, just like we do in the other articles, and making it a vote that people may seem as more simple, but it accomplishes the same thing. It accomplishes the same thing of getting people to be able to vote yes or no to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway. That's what we're trying to get people to do. It's in the first sentence, in the first line And that's what I think we would want to have people be able to do. And with the considerations or the conditions that are listed there. The only change I would make, again, of, the project, if that's an issue with people misunderstanding the level of the project, if we're really just talking about, the removal of the dam, I would put that there instead of the project, just so that people don't misconstrue that this is about the rest of the watershed. So my recommendation is to remove the to return it section, and as well in the note, let people know where the information is.
I think on the flip side of that, many people go in to vote and have not taken the time, nor when or to look at the articles before they go in to vote. And I know that I've been frustrated at times when I'll look at a warrant article and it will say the full report is in the town office, and I'm already there looking at it to vote. To that end, I respect the time and the wordsmithing that went into elaborating on the scope of the impact and what the intent is of the removal of the dam. I think leaving people in the voting booth with the recommendation to go and look at the report, they won't. And to that end, I would prefer to see the language. And I think that if you read it, it is clear. Ken.
Thank you. I do have some remarks, but I will say basically that I agree totally with Chris. In fact, I would go even further and shorten it even farther. But I want to address these folks, and it's wonderful to see so many folks here tonight on a drizzly April evening. Here it is pushing 10 o'clock and you're still here participating. This is wonderful. We should bear in mind, and I will certainly remind myself, that there will shortly be a time when this vote is behind us. And we can move on to other problems and other solutions. As long as we feel like we've all been able to participate in the process, we can accept the decision of the voters. To that end, we should all feel like we have had a chance to speak tonight, and I hope that you all have. Thank you, Susan, for calling on everyone. We must also feel that the vote has been fairly conducted and that the warrant article itself is fair and balanced. And the wording is up to us. The wording is not up to whoever drafted it. The wording is up to us. We are the ones who are drafting this article, and so every word of it must pass our muster. I have several amendments which will make this warrant article more clear for the people of Camden. To start with, the select board resolved, it's been mentioned, referred to before, in August 23rd, 2022, this board, we resolved, included in these warrant articles will be clear phrasing for the voters to address the preservation, modification, or removal of the Montgomery Dam as a single issue, so as to get a clear mandate from the voters after all fact gathering and professional recommendations are known. That is our goal. We want a clear yes or no answer to a yes or no question. At one time, the petition has been referred to. The petition said it was a clear yes or no question. This is a model question in clarity. Shall the town of Camden protect, preserve, maintain, and repair the existing Montgomery Dam near Harbor Park in Camden? I think that will serve us in this instance. It's a straight up or down, yes or no question. If you want to go with the current wording, I would go with that first sentence, as Chris mentioned. Shall the town vote to authorize the removal of Montgomery Dam and spillway, tax map 120 lots, et cetera, period. That is sufficient. That is what we need the answer to, and that is sufficient. The rest of it is, it's trying to point the voter in a particular direction. I think there is biased language there which has no part in a warrant article. I think we need to be very clear and unbiased and fair, with no promotional language whatsoever. And I think what Chris mentioned does it. Shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway? And I would so move that if you're ready for a motion.
And are you
I have,
leaving it at that without the,
Without the conditions?
without the conditions?
You can move
around-
and second it, and, you know, you can.
I don't think the conditions add anything to the discussion or the, or
Do we have a second?
clarity to the, for the voters. The following condition, the town is authorized, if this is true, it's true whether it's in the warrant article or not. I think if it is true that no money will be spent, no town budget will be spent, it needs to be even more ironclad. I think this is vague wording of a concept. If you want it to be ironclad, it should say that the project will not proceed if any town budget funds are used.
But I think don't grants become part of town funds? No, they stay separate.
So is that a motion?
It's for discussion.
You should get a second to your motion in order to discuss it.
I don't know what the process is. I'm a fan of having the conditions in there, so.
If that's what it takes, I'd go along with that.
You want us to be able to use taxpayer money to remove it? if we want?
No, he's just trying to make it more crisp, but I think the way that the conditions are.
Chris and I's ideas
I think
are
are
very
clear.
much aligned with just off by a line or two.
Okay.
Do you
So
want
we
to
have a motion and a second?
But what, for what?
So we're looking at the first, let me see if I understand
Well,
it.
let that, I mean,
Well,
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'd like
Yeah,
to
you're right.
understand it, and
Okay.
reiterate it. Shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway tax map, da-da-da-da-da, period, full stop,
With the following conditions.
With-
Yeah.
with the following conditions. And then reiterate the conditions that are in the language. The town is authorized to fund the work only from non-property tax revenue sources, e.g. grants and private donations, and any portion of the project impacting Harbor Park shall be subject to the approval of the Library Board of Trustees to the end of that sentence, and keep that in and remove the language around returning it to the language from the middle. Is that what you're both saying?
Did you get to the note part as well?
I didn't get to the note part. We're just talking about the article language.
Do you want to change the note too?
I would follow Chris's lead on that one.
So that okay, it's like a two-part motion. I don't
Well-
know. I think you have to be more clear on your motion. If you wanted to make a motion, what it is. Go ahead.
You can vote on the actual warrant language and the note separately. You don't have to do it together or whatever.
Awesome. There we go.
Or you could make the changes separately.
Yeah, if everybody votes to do it.
that language?
I think we're in agreement. I'm not, Ken, let me know. Do I understand your motion correctly?
Please.
That you would keep from shall to 283,
Yes.
and then I think it's a semicolon is the proper
Right.
grammar.
No, it's a colon.
Colon, thank you. With the following conditions, 1 and 2, that are currently listed there. And let's leave that as the motion at this moment. Is that what you're trying to do?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion on the motion? Tom, I'd love to hear where you're landing on this. Tom Hedstrom.
I do think that we should move this to voters, and I'm absolutely in favor of coming to some broad consensus. So I would support what Ken and Chris have proposed. It seems pretty reasonable.
Thank you.
Real,
Allison?
I mean, guess I'm I guess I'm really surprised to be, the message that I was given and that we tried to stick to as a board, Tom, under your leadership, was that we were going to let the committee do their work. And they've spent so much time doing this, and they did it all in public, and they talked about it, and now Bill's looked at it, and I'm concerned about changing the language that has been really looked into. I mean, the reason that Chris and Ken are trying to change if the wording were changed, would you vote to recommend a yes vote? I mean, are you willing to put 5-0, select board recommends 5-0? What they're trying to do is recommend wording that they believe will be more likely to get a no. And
Actually, if I may address that.
Okay.
Well, the odd thing is, it's so poorly written. I think it's more likely to fail if we let it go as is.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Well, then that should make you happy, but I
mean, I'm all in favor of
Bill Kelly,
increased clarity for the voters. And
well, this is where we let Chris got to be the liaison. There was an opportunity for anybody to give input as they were discussing the warrant article. No, I don't have to give it up.
Let's remain polite.
Yeah.
There was so much opportunity to give input as this was happening. And
but this is what's in front of us right now.
Yeah, and I mean,
Maybe Tom's looking to get to broad consensus.
Mhm.
Maybe some of the language that you're taking out, you put in the note.
I wouldn't.
I'm sure you wouldn't, but I'm saying that Tom is trying to get to broad consensus. The language is descriptive and explains what the goal of the project is. So if you want to get to broad consensus and you want some compromise, maybe putting some of that language in the note could be a way to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, I see the intent of making it clearer for the voters. And if
It's not just the voters, it's for the recipients. It's directing the town. So if we don't mention river, sea level rise or river resiliency, it's a much clearer direction for the town staff, so that it's not just for the benefit of the voters.
We're just fine, Ken. Thank you.
the finding is that they are interrelated. I agree with Tom. Would love to get to consensus if that is somehow possible. Sometimes it is common for the warrant article itself to try to be shorter, and then what needs to go in the note, that is open to interpretation, and I can definitely live with that idea of trying to put things that are a little bit more explanatory and descriptive of purpose. Could reasonably be repositioned to the note, I think, without dramatically changing what the committee was trying to do. Also, as long it leaves in the library part, which I think I do think it's really important for people to know, normally with town property, it's all the minutia details do get sorted out by the select board because it's town-owned property, but it's important to distinguish here. Those final details are going to be decided by, a different group, and signaling that. So.
Point of order, the chat keeps coming up for the public to see, and we can't see what's.
Oh, I can't see it either. Is there a,
Kristen Smith has been writing
If
stuff.
somebody could tell us what.
I'd like to know too. Yeah, we can't see it either. Thank you.
Especially no one from the library board has been invited to speak.
Right, and Kristen Smith is the chair of the library board, so there might be a connection. Taking away language as Chris proposes would take away all the Harbor Park work and design review by the library. I think you're saying to leave that part in?
Any portion of the project, I would just change the word project. Any portion from removing the dam impacting the Harbor Park shall be subject to the approval of the Library Board of Trustees as stipulated in the deed of the gift to Mary Louise Curtis Bach to the inhabitants of the town of Camden. I recommended keeping that in.
No, any part of the project,
I would just change, because people were confused about project and what the project meant. So just be more specific, it's like changing the word it, try to be more clear to say any portion of, removing Montgomery Dam that impacts Harbor Park shall be whatever, because that's what we're talking about. I just don't want to because we wanted to make sure people knew what it was. And so I don't want to have, people were confused about what's the length of the project, and the vote is about removal of Montgomery Dam. Now, if it has been stated before that why is it the Montgomery Dam that's being the focus is because of possibly freeing up other funds through grants, because you've done this part of the thing, you can do the other things. But this is about, the vote
Yeah, but what
is about.
project, anything that impacts Harbor Park, I mean, if they want to make the argument somehow in the future that the Seabright Dam is impacting Harbor Park, I don't know how they're going to do it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Since we know we're trying to confine this condition to the Montgomery Dam, it's a matter of just changing out the word project to any portion of the Montgomery, saying what the project is, any portion of removing.
Well, it says that what the project is, the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway.
It doesn't.
I think it's clear.
It doesn't, sometimes when there is, legal documents that say, we're doing this for the town of Camden, and then it's in parentheses, the town, and therefore through the rest of the contract, as you're talking about the town.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, but what about the sluiceway? Is that a part of the dam, or that you start getting, if you don't say project, then it becomes complicated, because do they not get to weigh in on the part, the removal of the sluiceway impacting something? It's the whole project area. Project is not like a word we have to stay away from. That's,
I would be okay with, that's an interesting point about the spillway being there as part of the dam. So
the sluiceway.
yeah, thank you, sluiceway.
Well, and all of it.
So fine, if you want to keep the word project in there, great. So let's at least agree on the Article 7 being from shall to the end bracket of 283 with the following conditions, and leaving with the following conditions as they are to the question mark. That's the motion. Can we go with that and vote on that, and then we could do a second piece on what the note says?
No, I mean, that's the whole thing is a combination thing. It's the question and the
Audra
note.
said, no, we can vote on the
We can
question
do
and-
whatever we want, but what her proposal was, hey, you could take some of this language and you could put it in
So
in the
we're-
note. I'll vote for the changes to the warrant article, but I think but I'll vote yes on the changes to the warrant article if we're going to put the wording that they and Bill Kelly came up with in the note.
Well,
So
my
if we-
original point on that, I hear what you're saying and I understand. I still think I would leave it more brief to be the full report is available at the town website, period.
So you want to get rid of all of that?
I do, because it's kind of like if you're in a court trial.
I understand why, but the Library Board of
Excuse
Trustees.
me. I understand why, if it's in a court trial and they go ahead and they say the tire witness said this and this person said that and this expert said this, it can be misleading to a jury if they don't hear the other opinion. So I just don't want to have anything that someone could come back and say, no,
Just
we
to be
went ahead
clear,
and.
are you saying that Mercac didn't look at all the facts of the project? And
No,
that's why
I'm not saying, I'm just saying by stating that in here, I think it can overemphasize listening to experts. I know that experts are a good thing, and yes, that's what we did and everything else like that. But when you're displaying it in do it or not, it can just seem like it's persuasive. It's unintentional bias.
Well,
maybe.
I think if you look through all of the other warrant articles that have notes,
Yeah.
the job of the note is to convey more information, to give people a more solid understanding about what they're voting on. So the language of the article itself can be concise, and the note, for those who take the time to read it, has greater detail. So I would concur with Allison that this needs to be, just from a syntax perspective, tightened up once we take it out of this sentence that it currently lives in. But I think the language that is currently in the note reflects the work that was done, reflects the scope of the work that was done, and that it's in accordance with design, et cetera, et cetera.
That was an important part to the Library Board of Trustees too, that it says how they're going to make their decision. A huge part of this entire discussion has centered around the historic nature and the gift. Ray and Andreessen said the entire reason that he voted no on this is because he's concerned about that area. This is an area that people are concerned about for historic reasons because of the legacy of Mary Louise Kurzbach. It was important to the Library Board of Trustees that they get that language in there so that it's clear that they'll be going through a process. They have a process. A lot of people put a lot of effort into the process. Camden residents overall did ask us to look at experts. Like, people can vote, can look at all that and be like, oh, a bunch of experts, and they can vote no. They're going to get a sense of it. Like I just, now isn't the time to try to de-emphasize the importance of experts. I mean,
So in the interest of moving this along, I would just to think about what language we could pull out. I'm not opposed to, to return it to a free flow. I can't even speak anymore. Free flowing river system that aligns the Cascade original under. Some of that language is flowery and doesn't necessarily move the issue along. I think that if we were to take some of that descriptive language out and not reiterate it in the note, but keep the recounting of the work of the committee in the note. I really want to make sure that the work of the committee is acknowledged in the note. But we may be able to live without a little bit of that language.
I mean, I do think that aligning the channel to its original course was an important part of it.
Let's address the motion. I think it's pretty clear.
Okay. So we have a motion. We've had lots of discussion. We can vote on the article. And then we can fine tune what will go into the note.
Correct. Bill Kelly has a question.
Bill.
Just to make sure you're all understanding what you are considering in this particular motion that's pending. So if the warrant article is pared down to simply say that first line, whatever you put in the note is not going to be determinative. In other words, the critical connection, so to speak, in terms of the MERCAC work and this article is the statement that the option, that scenario C would be generally followed. That's the critical piece in this motion in this warrant article as drafted. So just to be clear, and that was of course purposeful because it provided a bridge to somewhere, a bridge from the resolution a couple years ago, which specifically said, go investigate. We're going to go investigate, and then we're going to have a vote. This warrant article is written at the conclusion of that investigation to demonstrate where this article and where the project would land in terms of which scenario is proposed. You will not have that authority if you just put it in the note. So you can't just take this language out of the article, put it in the note and say the MERCAC said that this should be generally consistent with scenario C. Well, that's all well and good, but it will not be determinative. What you are doing, if you wish to do it, it's your vote, is you are turning this back into the referendum concept from the very beginning, before MERCAC did 2.5 years of work. And if that's where you all want to land, that's fine. But the fine tuning of the note is nowhere near as important as what you're doing to the article itself. And I just want everybody to be clear with that.
And I've been thinking this as we've been talking through it, and Ken was really concerned about staff and clarity. There's clarity that is going to, or a lack of clarity that's going to come from removing what Bill was talking about that really opens us up for relitigation of this issue again. And sitting here in this very room, maybe a year, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years from now, because people have said, oh, well, what does dam removal mean in the design? Nobody, we don't understand what you mean by the type of design that you're approving. So I really think that by removing the parts that Bill was just talking about that link it to the work, scenario C, and then the work that MERCAC did, we're really opening ourselves up for a lot of relitigation in the future of this very issue.
Well, that's interesting, because actually in my first take through of editing, I had actually left in consistent with scenario C of the findings of the McGonagall River Advisory Committee. But so maybe the words just from to return to generally, however to make that work, so that to leave in the tie to consistent with scenario C.
And the MERCAC recommendation.
Yeah. Down, consistent with scenario C down to the question mark.
So we're just
Because
taking out some of
that would leave the bridge that Bill is talking about.
Right.
That
Taking
it's
out some of the
consistent with
flowery
taking
language.
out some of the stuff that
Which word specifically is flowery?
I
I'm
think
not saying-
can I just go through what I think? And I also have the actual editable version of it in front of me. So you would keep, shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and spillway tax map lots and then you would remove to return it to a free-flowing river system that aligns the cascade to its original underlying ledge channel, allows for naturalized fish passage with adaptation updates to the Harbor Park seawall, and implements resilience measures to manage floodwaters and sea level rise at the head of the inner harbor. That goes. And then you keep, in a manner generally consistent with scenario C of the findings and recommendation of the McGonagall River Citizens Advisory Committee with the following conditions. And it goes
right, because that is, as Bill says, that provides the bridge of what we're talking about as a general design.
Yeah, I mean, and just to be clear, if we want to leave out the stuff with the seawall, the Library Board of Trustees has all the authority that they need now, without asking anybody, if they were to seek funding outside of this, to modify absolutely all of that. They could excavate the river channel where it used to go. They don't need permission for any of that. So
it does not need to be in the.
that's true, but I just want to make sure it's clear that, because they also may need to, they have like a serious safety situation down where those benches are and all of that stuff. So if it's not going to go in the warrant article, that's fine, but they do have the authority to do all of that without us.
Those conditions would stay in there. The
Oh, yeah, they
conditions
have
1
to.
and 2.
Yeah, they get to
stay
approve
there.
it.
So how do you feel about?
I'm just reminding everybody, just because there was some concern one of the things that Kristen Smith said, who is the chair of the Library Board of Trustees, that would be, if we do what Chris is suggesting, that removes the resiliency upgrades part for Harbor Park, and also kind of linked it together that like the library board would prefer us to look at that holistically and, not just remove the dam and then leave whatever is around it. They still can, even if people were to vote yes on all of this, they could say, we don't like the plan, and they could vote no. So I was kind of saying that for Kristen's benefit, I think, or for the library's benefit, just reminding everybody that they actually, a lot of this is we're going through to try to build community consensus around a direction that both the library board and the select board will ultimately go in. We are, tend to be bound by more. We've made a commitment as a select board to seek voter approval for what we're going to do with the dam. The library board has never made a commitment, nor do they need to do what they need to do with the seawall. And half the dam is actually on their property. The property line literally goes right through the dam, right through the sluiceway. So they could remove their part of the sluiceway. They could do all kinds of things if they wanted to. They're also, one of the things that's happened recently is when a lot of that repair work happened on the Montgomery Dam in violation of the 2023 or 2022 resolution, a lot of the plantings got removed in Harbor Park, which are an integral part of the design. So all of that, those bushes and things that were up against the sluiceway and the dam, those were all just removed without their permission. And so, they've been gentle about that. Anyway,
Let's stick to this at this stage. It's 10:20.
Process-wise.
Yeah.
Process-wise,
I'm
do we?
completely at sea.
Did you make the original motion?
There was a motion made by Ken.
And you
Now,
seconded it.
I seconded it.
We've had discussion.
Yeah, but
and
it's
now it
changed
looks
like 5
we're-
times.
Is there a way to modify that motion? Is my
Yes,
question.
yes.
But Ken would have to agree with that modification. He was
Well,
the one
you
that made it.
you can move an amendment, and then the amendment has to be voted on, and then
All right.
the,
I would like to amend Ken's original motion,
Mm-hmm.
then if I can, to leave the consistent with scenario C of the findings
Mm-hmm.
through the question mark as is.
Could you read that out loud, exactly how it will be?
I might get a little bit grammar funny at some
Well,
point
that's
here,
the
but
problem with doing this now.
Shall the town vote to authorize removal of the Montgomery Dam and Spillway, tax map 120, lots 278 and 283, in a manner generally consistent with scenario C of the findings and recommendations of the McGonagall River Advisory Committee with the following conditions
To the end.
to the end, to the last question mark. That would be the amended motion.
Right. I'll second that. Can I second that? I seconded that.
What does Bill say?
Bill wanted us to keep in this scenario C.
I just want to hear
Yeah,
you say that
you're right.
creates the bridge.
Yeah. Bill, does that,
I think we've heard from Bill.
No, I'd like to hear from Bill too.
It was just read.
The amendment seems clear to me. So I'm not sure what the question is to me, but I think the amendment of the motion is ready for a vote.
Yeah, but
still-
do you think it accomplishes what Mercac was and you were trying to accomplish with what does it take away that we might not be thinking of, or?
No, it significantly adds, because then it explains where the voter has an understanding of if they vote for removal, where does that leave the town? It leaves the town in terms of the voters' approval.
No.
to do
I mean,
so.
the difference between what the warrant language as proposed and the way it would be under this scenario. I didn't mean to use the word scenario, but you think that getting the scenario C part in there was the most important?
Yes, it explains what the result will be.
Because we're
instead
removing
of
other
just
stuff too.
I'm sorry.
Because they remove, there are a bunch of stuff from the warrant article as proposed as being
I know, I've been
removed.
listening. I understand it.
Okay. But the only part that concerned you was the removal of the
Well,
reference
the
to
only
scenario C.
clarification that might make sense is the first sentence, as it's been read, shall the town vote to authorize the removal? I get that, and it stops after the 283. When it picks up in a manner generally consistent, you might want to say something just before there to give it a verb or to say, for example,
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's got to be the
and it's
action.
not just the removal, but
Right.
it is a result that will be consistent
There we go.
with I'm not saying the right word because I'm doing this off the top of my head here, but you get the point that it's one thing to say you're going to remove it, but in a manner generally consistent with scenario C, yes, that explains the removal, but it also scenario C explains what it's going to look like afterward. That's the critical part.
Mhm.
If you're going to at least put the MERCAP recommendation before the voters.
Right, and I guess that was the whole purpose of to return it to a free-flowing river system that aligns the cascade to its original underlying ledge channel, naturalized fish passage, adaptation updates to the Harbor Park seawall. That's explaining what scenario C is. That's paraphrasing scenario C.
So we have a motion and we have an amendment to the motion. Let's chew away at our goal here.
Is there any chance on voting on just the language as proposed? It doesn't really feel like consensus is possible here. Because you guys this isn't going to make you want to vote for it, right? I mean, I
You
would
wanna
love
know-
consensus. We were actually building something that was like, we were like, yeah, I can get behind this, but
I think it's a better warrant article, and the town of Camden and the people of Camden will benefit by a better warrant article.
because it doesn't mention natural ledge or fish,
Right.
which is, you're worried might be too appealing.
No, I'm afraid it's too biased.
But it's, I mean, it's just the facts that,
Biased.
yeah, exactly. Omission is also
Right.
bias. I mean, the point is there are people that want to know, is this going to achieve fish passage? And you want to make sure to keep that out. It clearly says it's going to be achieve fish passage through the bedrock channel rather than through a fish ladder, or maybe not fish passage at all, or it's the actual facts of the project are very attractive to people.
What people?
Some people like bedrock, and some people, the things we're trying to keep out are things that other people actually want to know. Is this going to help the fish get up? Like it or not, there are some people that want to know that. Is this going to be? Yeah.
I think I actually have at least something that would be grammatically clear, and it may or may not be what you want to do, but how about if you continue on after the 283 parenthesis to include now, so this would be in the warrant article. So let me just read it. Shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and Spillway, tax map 120 lots 278 and 283, and parenthesis, to return the river, was a good point that it needs to be fixed, to a free-flowing river system, end there, and pick up in a manner generally consistent with scenario C. I think then you at least have a simpler warrant article, which you are trying to draft, but at least it puts before the voter what MERCAC is actually recommending in terms of where their recommendation lands. And it gives the voter a sense of what happens if they say no. There's no, or yes, there's really no place where the town is now directed to move. You'd have to have another inquiry, another committee, another warrant article, or whatever. Anyway, so I don't know if that would fly for you folks, but to return the river to a free-flowing river system in a manner generally consistent with scenario C. If
Can
that
you-
works for you, that
Can you,
clarifies.
can you phrase it without the return to a free-flowing river? Because those are loaded words and a point of contention.
Well, maybe we shouldn't say system. The one thing I could see from the other people is this confusion about systems and it being larger. So maybe to say a free-flowing river channel would be right there. System,
How
I
about
will,
just
I will
free
grant.
flowing river.
Well, I disagree with free-flowing river. It's going to be a man-made channel.
No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not.
Water
I've seen the
coming down.
plans.
No more
It's-
public comment. Oh, you're going to the
It's
restroom?
actually not.
You have to kill you. No, not you, not you.
That's the thing. It's not going to be fully optimized fish passage where you can guarantee that the weakest swimming fish gets up there. That was one of the options considered, but it's going to be the natural bedrock there. That's what they've been talking about. They decided not to do the optimized fish passage ladder.
So
I
can
think,
we return
I
to,
think that the free-flowing river is a good compromise.
Free flowing
The
river
wording that Bill suggested and we slightly modified.
in a manner generally consistent with scenario C.
Okay.
So we.
Could I make another, could I make a motion to
Yeah.
move Bill's language?
Yes. Yeah, I think we're
Yep.
way out of order anyway.
Move Bill's language minus the system, going with Tom's
Right.
recommendation.
Yep.
Free flowing river.
I'll second that.
I'll vote for
Moved
that.
and,
Any discussion?
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
we got two amendments and then the original motion.
Right, yeah. I guess
Oh.
this would be the amendment of to return to a free-flowing river down to the question mark.
Right.
Well, river, and then in a manner generally
consistent
consistent.
with scenario C. All right, we have,
Free-flowing river, here we go. That part. We're good? We got 4.
4,
4-0. 4-0 for a free-flowing river.
Are you in?
No, he's
All
not.
right.
It's 4-0.
Waiting for-
I thought you were in for a second. I was like, we got him.
So the next part, the other amendment was the one that I had done where
Uh-oh.
it was to 283. You know,
Oh,
the amendment that Bill had mentioned was keep in the free-flowing river.
right.
And that was what she had mentioned. And the amendment
Right.
that I had said was, keep shall, which now includes to the river.
Right,
And then in a manner generally consistent,
right.
all the way down to the question mark.
So the
That's what we
free
just-
flowing river in a manner generally consistent.
Yes.
That's what we just voted
Right.
on.
I
isn't
thought we
it?
voted on the
did
whole thing.
We did the river part first.
Oh, my God.
It's just,
Actually sure what I voted on.
No,
there.
no, we didn't. We voted on the whole
okay,
article.
I'd be good.
Do you want me to read what you?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
let's
Okay.
probably.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Audra.
Shall the town vote to authorize the removal of the Montgomery Dam and Spillway tax map lots to return the river to a free-flowing river in a manner generally consistent with scenario C of the findings and recommendation of the Maguntacook River Citizens Advisory Committee with the following conditions, question mark.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, Chris, that's
Good.
actually
Let's do
fine.
another vote on that.
Okay.
Let's,
Just to be
Yeah,
good.
just to be clear.
oh,
All
are we
those in-
serious? Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
all those in favor of that language?
really?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for the
Oh,
record, can we figure out who made the motion, who made the second for that, please?
Oh, I made the motion and Chris seconded it.
no, but then
No,
it's because there was a few layers of amendments and then I said, I thought you guys were going to say no, but I was like, can I just move what Bill just said? And you guys said yes.
Allison,
Yeah.
stop.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Thank you.
From here. Oh, who was
We're
the
going to
answer?
just go with,
Susan and Chris.
Yeah.
Motion second.
okay,
It's in the record.
it's in the record.
Let AI figure that one out.
Yeah.
I think it's going to explode. All the servers
AI
somewhere in
is gonna-
Silicon Valley are going to blow up.
Anyway,
Well, wait till we get to the Elm Street School language here.
do we, do we want to?
I've got a few
Leave
amendments.
the note, there was discussion about the note. Should we leave the note the way it is?
I would
I
leave
think
the
at this
note.
point,
I'm in favor of
note.
leaving the note the way it is.
Thank you.
At
Do we
this
have a
point.
motion? Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion to leave the note the way it currently
I'll
is.
second that.
Well, then I have.
Any further
your-
discussion?
Yes, discussion.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
no.
This still,
Can I go to the bathroom?
Oh,
I'm
seriously.
sorry.
Okay.
Could we maybe do the other ones first and then? Do the note, okay, all right, all right. I move that the note stays the same, or does somebody already move that?
I would second that the
So,
note remains
I'm-
as,
it's not clear to me, Chris. Are you moving your note ending at the first sentence, or are you including the whole thing?
I'll go to include the whole thing. We abbreviated the other piece.
Right.
Then the other piece speaks to the fact of what they did. Yes.
Pass that down.
Do I- does it-
Discuss this.
Oh.
I have
Maybe
a- I have
overstate
a-
some of it, but.
I have an amendment.
what is all this?
You got to win here.
Well,
We
I'd
achieved
just like
consensus.
to point out that I think that we have left in a lot of loaded language here in the note, and that if we are going to include the loaded language that advocates for a particular vote and tries to urge the voters in a particular direction, then we owe it to the voters to have some balanced statements, not all one-sided, but let's make it two-sided. Let's add some balance to it. So I would like to amend it to add this language. I'll read it slowly. I'm sorry that I only,
Not all of this?
No, this is not what we,
the one in yellow, the stuff in yellow. Do you?
This paragraph.
large
these
text in
two
yellow here.
paragraphs,
Yes,
large
it
text
should
in
be
yellow.
noted that removing Montgomery Dam will not improve flooding in downtown Camden, nor will removal of Montgomery Dam enable alewives to ascend the river. It should also be noted that since there is no evidence that alewives ever traveled the Mogonicoke River, the notion of
I'm
fish
going to stop you right there
restoration
because
is
that's not the
inaccurate.
function of a note on a warrant article.
It should be noted that the original course of the river is a matter of conjecture. It should also be noted that Montgomery Dam and its removal will have no effect on sea level rise. It should also be noted that removing one dam will not enable fish passage. Significant work will have to be done on every dam site on Mogonicoke River to enable fish passage. Voting to remove Montgomery Dam will trigger a multi-million-dollar project. The plans and cost estimates are not available at this time.
So that is all language that can be included in advocacy that could be presented by the Save the Dam committee. It is,
all
to my
false.
reading, completely inconsistent with what a note should be on a warrant article.
Inconsistent with what you
just
Inconsistent what you just made us do.
And I'm
We
not
just
gonna-
tried to do all of this
Yeah.
to reach compromise.
We're not going to get into this any further.
Okay,
This is
moving
a
on.
moot point.
Yes, it is advocacy,
We have a
Susan, it is
motion.
advocacy
Second,
to balance the advocacy that is already present in this
that's
warrant
not
article.
the job of the warrant article. That's the
Exactly,
job
it is
of-
not the job of the warrant article.
lobbying.
It's not the job of the warrant article. Can-
Flatly disagree,
All
and
right,
it will not
let's,
be admitted into the language. So
So
we've got
we're
a
voting
motion
to-
and a second to keep the note language intact as it is. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 401. Okay, moving
I
on.
mean, 401, 410.
410, excuse me. Moving on to Article 8.
All right. So do we want to let
Yes.
people leave?
You want to go to the bathroom? Oh, you did go to the bathroom.
She went to the bathroom. I have on an extra
yeah.
layer.
Is there some kind of ventilation in this room?
Oh my God, it is
Could we-
450 degrees in here.
You're right, I must have turned off at 10:30.
Can you turn that on? I know it interferes with the, that switch right by you. The switch?
Oh, this switch?
Yeah, that's the,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Don't apologize, really.
It happens. But thank you, Chris.
I don't even know what you're apologizing for at this point. I'm like, hold on. I don't.
bet you are. Oh, God, I need a snack.
Thank you, Chris.
You came back,
Okay, we want to move on as quickly as possible, so please take your conversations outside. if
Actually,
you
I'm
would
gonna
be
go
so
get some
kind.
water really quick. I'll be right back. You can start without me if I'm not back.
Okay, so Article 8.
I can't hear you with it.
No.
It goes for the mic.
Where is it? Oh, yes. Yeah, we voted to approve your license, so we'll come over. Are you open? Okay, I saw the truck outside today loading up with stuff. Yay. Is it, what's the schedule? Breakfast, lunch?
Yeah, breakfast, lunch, Wednesday, Thursday.
Awesome. Hi, Teresa. Welcome. Thanks. I look forward to it.
Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing all of you.
Thank you for your patience in sitting through all of that. All right, let's see if we can wrap this up by 11. Article 8, shall the town vote to approve authorizing the purchase of a replacement fire truck, engine 5, appropriating $1,040,000 for the purchase and to authorize the capital lease financing?
All right, so I've got one amendment to make to this note. So, yes, Article 8. So the most recent cost estimate is that it's going to be $100,000 more expensive due to supply chain.
Okay. So you're,
$1,140,000.
Okay.
do we need to officially approve that change? Probably.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll make a motion to change the dollar figure to $1,140,000.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Seeing
vote.
none? Yep. Okay,
That's 4-0.
right.
So the amendment passed. We need to vote on the article, or we're just rolling on?
That is,
No, so I think for the rest of these at the very end, you vote to approve the entire warrant.
so
All
that's
right.
just
But we should just bang out the rest of the.
Yeah, I think if there are changes, vote on the changes, and then at the very end, you vote on the whole revised warrant.
So if there's no change, we're not voting.
Yes,
Right.
yep, I agree. Article 9, so this is about the $350,000 appropriation to replace the gable end wall, which everyone calls the window wall, of the Camden Snow Bowl Lodge, to be raised by taxation.
right. And this does not include any other buildings, doesn't include handicap access.
No,
Just the window wall.
just
Okay.
the window wall.
Okay.
All right, Article 10. And we might want to wait for everybody to come back for this because this is the Elm Street School. So we might want to have all 5 of you here, but I'll read it. This Article 10 is about accepting the quitclaim deed from the school district for the Elm Street School.
Which we discussed
Last
time.
Yes.
And we're in agreement about.
Sorry, is this the Elm Street
Any
School?
Do we
Yeah,
have to,
it's Article 10, so it's the first.
That's the only one I said you couldn't
is
do
there
without.
a legal requirement to say the price of $1 in this or not?
Does it make a
We had
difference?
said in the last piece, I thought that it was going to be for $1 in the last meeting.
Has Bill reviewed all this?
Yes, yep, Bill drafted this one.
Okay, so
Yeah, the note states that there's no cost. The letter from Maria Libby's no cost.
Okay, so no cost.
okay, so Article
10.
That's not the one that has to do with the lease, though.
No,
right?
11 is the lease.
Mhm.
And
so this is just voters approving the acceptance of the
okay,
deed.
so that one
Yeah,
should
so
be
they
able to
get the
stay as
school
it
back.
is.
Yep. So 10 stays as it
Okay,
is.
so I'm fine with
11.
that. 11.
Okay, 11, this is, should 10 be accepted, giving the select board the authorization to enter into a lease agreement with the Children's House Montessori School. And it would be, the town would have to give them 5 years notice to terminate the lease.
Yeah, I think, didn't we talk about 3 years for that, maybe?
We did, and then when I met with the folks from the Montessori school recently, they were kind of re-looking at how long it would take them to, to plan and get into a new facility, and they said, well, really, it's 5 years is more of the notice that they would, well,
that's fine.
They would, if we were to, it's more of, they want the they would need flexibility because maybe something happens and they can leave within 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. But if they're going to be told they need to leave, they would need at least 5 years notice from us to find a new place.
But they want to give us less notice?
No, they want to do 5 years.
They're going to do 5 years too?
Well, thing is, they might find a situation where they could leave in less than 5 years.
Could we just, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no reason that we have to negotiate all of this via the warrant article.
No.
Really, I think what's more typical is to authorize the select board to negotiate a lease that they believe to be in the best interest of the town.
I think that's more of a Bill question than a me question. I guess like we'd want to make sure, that this is like a enforceable agreement and that there's enough in here that would allow us to do that. And
Yeah, so this is a very broad article. It is delegating authority, and the only bumper, so to speak, around the terms was to make clear that there wouldn't be a period exceeding 5 years in terms of notice for them to vacate. So you'd have to, as a town, you'd have to give them that much notice as almost a delay period. But if they're going to build something, other transitions, it does take time. So if you want to take the 5 years out, that's fine. It was really just a comfort level with the town, understanding that there were some bumpers around the lease in terms of how long it would take to get them out, because that's a critical moment. If you need it for something, you've got a plan for it, and you now know that you've got sort of a 5-year term at the outside that you might have to give them notice of.
I'm hearing you saying different things, like they want 5 years notice, but they might want to not give us 5 years notice. I think ideally like to have the reciprocal notice was
maybe,
nice.
I don't know, unless a shorter term is mutually agreed to or something like that.
I mean, in all reality, the amount of energy for a select board to get together and be like, we're going to give the Montessori school 3 years notice. There's no planning that happens that far because there's a very low risk that the select board would be organized enough or motivated to want to say, we're going to get them out in 3 years because we got this. I do think the town really does need some notice if the Montessori school is going to leave, because then we have to figure out what to do with the building. And I think it's comforting to voters to know that it's inhabited and being taken care of now. So,
Well, and that's with the language that it is the minimum reasonable period necessary.
it's both a right of the town to change use
Plan for and
or
relocate
disposition
to
of
another property.
That's necessary for the children.
Do the
So it's
term-
5 years. This is a reciprocal 5-year notice, right? The way it's written? With the property's current and past use on such terms as select board names property
it's
prior, the
written-
town shall retain the right to terminate the lease. Oh, doesn't say they have to give us any note. So
That's
we
correct.
we can negotiate the notice that they have to give to us can be negotiated by the select board,
Right, but we cannot have them leave.
but we can't so the terms of the lease,
We need to give them 5 years notice is how,
but we can decide later that they need to give us at least 3 years notice
That's
as a
not
select board.
stipulated.
No, well, as a
Yeah, but
select board, it
that's not
says we can
stipulated.
make some,
I'm assuming that would be in the lease, terms of the lease.
yes, you can decide on that as a board.
I'd like to get rid of also the stuff in the lease the premises is did I see an earlier version of this? Wasn't there utility note on the cost of maintenance, insurance, utilities will be borne by the Children's House Montessori School for the duration of the lease. Could we just maybe take that out? Because I think the select board is going to need a little bit of wiggle room there to figure out how we're going to use.
I don't understand why it would be a problem if they're doing a lease for the building and they're responsible for the maintenance and insurance and utilities.
Well, there's
but-
one point to this where you might want some flexibility around it. So there are certain costs like heating oil, for example, where we're part of a bulk cooperative purchasing agreement with the county. So we can get heating oil for at a much cheaper cost than the Montessori school can. So it just might make sense for us to do that as part of the agreement. And then, there are other things like trash removal that they pay for now that because we do trash removal in the downtown, it might make sense for us to take that on as part of. So I guess
or the playground, wanting to do something with the playground. I think there are instances where you do trust elected officials these are all the types of questions and you'll have the authority to negotiate. But right now in the warrant article, we may not have thought of everything that we're going to think of when we're being smarter and we know more. And I'm a little concerned about putting too many of the lease terms in the warrant article and then realizing later, oh shoot, but we want to pay for a playground upgrade and it says they have to pay for it. Or
To Bill's point earlier, however, that the note is not the binding item.
Right.
The binding item is the article.
Right.
Well, then we're just being misleading if we do something
It's
different.
not binding the
No, but
pieces that are in the note, that's what you mentioned earlier, right, Bill?
It is. Then the note was just to give clarity that I can't imagine that the town is going to pay for any of those things. But to be clear, folks, you guys are going to have the entire authority as a select board to negotiate the terms of the lease. The only provision here that's in stone in the warrant article is you got to give them 5 years notice so they have enough time to move. Everything else is on the table. It's just delegating that authority to you. That's all this article does.
Because why are we even going to have a note that's going to, I understand it's annoying to you, but you're like, oh, they say it's not binding. We can do whatever we want. The point of the note is to at least attempt to communicate what we're doing. And so I just, 5 year, it's just not necessary to have the cost of maintenance, insurance and utilities be borne by the, it's just a little too.
Rachel, do you have something you wanted to add?
Sure.
Mike.
Rachel Nixon, head of school.
Sorry.
Thank you. So thank you. And we were in conversation today. Our board has not had a chance to look at this information yet. So our recommendation, myself and one of our board members, was to take out the line that you suggested. And part of that is the town may have access to grant funding to pay, for example, the upcoming painting, which might be more than $100,000 based on a preliminary estimate. We're not in a position. We, as you know, just paid $85,000 to do the roof and the boiler. And so the way it's written puts us in a very exposed position. And we want to partner with the town and access as much funding because we don't own the building, and for us to continue to pay for these significant capital improvements it's not our mission.
Right.
So we would love that sentence to come out, and we feel like we're moving forward in a great partnership here, that we want what's best for the children and the families. And the 5 years, just to close that loop, that, we've been working for more than 10 years to find a new location, and we're talking about, 65 to 75 children, and we haven't been successful. So if we got less than 5 years, the school may have to close down.
Right.
And
So just that one sentence of the cost of maintenance, insurance and utilities.
We could,
Borne by the Montessori school for the duration of the lease, to take that out.
Which doesn't prevent us from actually putting it in.
Exactly.
When we have more
Right.
time to talk about it.
Talk about the
And our
choice.
board
And we may
can-
want, I think we probably are going to want to actually, and maybe reduce your rent or not have, but we could talk about it then.
Okay.
Right. For now, remove the cost to the least. That
Okay.
sentence in the note. And it's non-binding anyhow. Just remove it. The cost
Work for you?
down to the duration of the lease.
Okay.
Duration of lease, the 5-year termination is both the rate of the town and its minimum reasonable period that it's necessary. Okay.
Do you want me to read what the note would be like, or are we
I
all
think
clear?
I'm-
We're
All good?
I think
Great.
we're
Good. We're just taking that sentence out.
Great.
Okay.
All right, do you want to,
Thank you.
you don't have to vote on that because you didn't change the
Right.
article.
We didn't change
and
the article,
When you
right.
approve the
Oh, we-
warrant, you can approve that.
Oh, we just voted on the other note, but okay.
It's true. You can if you want to.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Let's just get to the end.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Article 12. This is about accepting a permanent easement from Mountainside Community Cooperative, so Mountainside Park, for the pump station, to install the pump station there. Any questions about this?
Yeah, strange time to say no to that.
Very strange time.
Yep.
But I haven't seen a design or any renderings or anything. Just kidding.
All right, ready for Article 13?
Yes.
This is the acceptance of the deed for 21 Cobb Hill Road at a cost of $30,000. So
This is a-
21 Cobb Hill Road, so that's the
Mhm.
parcel at the end of the cul-de-sac and also the parcel that connects to Rawson Avenue.
That's awesome. That is going to forever put to bed this whole question about whether there's a perpetual public easement or not. It's in the Pathways Master Plan. Chris used to still rides his motorcycle over there sometimes.
And the $30,000
There's some
will come
streams.
from,
We
Good
can
question.
specify from taxation, to be raised by taxation.
How is,
How about, no.
just curious, how was that figure arrived at? I mean, we
Discussions with the current owner.
Right on par with the assessment board.
right.
No,
So
the
what people
assessment's
didn't hear, it's on our lease.
77,000.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay, so-
the assessment for that parcel is 77, and the other little one, there's no assessment for the easement.
Yeah, because there's an extra stream there that makes it hard to.
Yeah.
Good with that one.
So specifying, do we need to specify? That's a fairly good point. Do we need to specify the source?
I think,
It just becomes
To be
obvious. When you
consistent.
don't specify, it's taxation.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, 14, it's just the date for tax.
oh, yes, okay,
Payment.
14 through 19 are just the procedural yearly date, setting date for taxes, not accepting or not paying interest on the prepayment of taxes, allowing the town to apply for and accept grant, gifts, real estate, and other funds, authorizing the select board to dispose of tax-acquired property, authorizing the select board to dispose of personal property, and then authorizing the select board to transfer no more than 10% across different budget categories.
I just have one question about 18. It seemed like we had 18 in there last year. Is that something? that
We have
just
it in
to-
every, 14 through 19 are in every single year.
You have to do it every year. Okay.
Well, the Charter Commission should have really addressed this when there were charter amendments, but that was not done.
That's really wears
Okay.
people out, all these voting things.
It really does.
Thank you.
It does.
Susan,
Yes.
Yes.
if I could just, one comment. I missed something, and it's on Article 17, because the statute has changed. So if you could all approve in Article 17, the 1, 2, 3rd line down, where there's 4 words that have to come out for qualifying homestead property.
Okay.
That condition is no longer applicable, so those 4 words need to come out, and everything else is fine.
So moved.
For qualifying homestead property would come out.
So moved.
So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay.
still reading it.
I don't know.
All right, and then Article 20, that is the appropriation for the operational subsidy for the Snow Bowl to be raised by taxation. Any questions, comments, feedback about that one?
Um,
Is the note too biased?
Oh, Is that a joke or is that a?
That
I'm, hey,
Is she joking or is she?
I'm
No,
trying to be
it's-
consistent. I'm
it
trying to be
says what it
consistent.
does.
Yep.
All right, Article 21 is the revenue that you've already approved in the budget.
Yes.
Article 22, those are all of the, it's the bottom line as well as the recommendations that you made for each budgetary category. So that's all consistent with what you approved earlier.
I know it is a little biased.
And this is the one instance, if I recall, where you actually have to say a vote of so many. And this, it has to be in there, which is why it's in there. In this
Correct.
note. In the note, it has to say
Yep.
that.
Right. Okay. So we vote on the entire
Warrant as amended.
warrant as amended.
I'll make a motion to vote in the entire warrant as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Yay.
And now we've decided not to print any of our, oh, you know what? There's actual state law that says we have to print our recommendations when it comes to the appropriations.
Yes, that's in the note
And what now?
on the warrant.
Not on Article 21 and Article 20 and whatever.
Oh, yeah, on the,
Like all of them that call for an
the
appropriation.
Snow Bowl operational subsidy, and then the window wall.
I'm
and
in
then Cobb
favor
Hill
of
Road.
putting the select board recommendation on every single one so that people know which things are just procedural, voting on the day of taxes, and which one could be, you know, a trick that's, or which one's controversial. But I know that nobody else wants to bias the voters with our opinion, so, but we should do at least the ones that are, I mean,
one
people
that's-
really like seeing the select board recommendation on there, so they know where to dive in more and where not to, but.
So the note that's in the, in Article 22.
Is the note that
Is what
needs
you're
to be
talking
there.
No, you're supposed to have it for all of the ones that call for an appropriation according, but if Bill doesn't see any big issue with it, then I'm not going to belabor it, but I really object to not placing our recommendations on the ballot because this is a lot of heavy stuff for people to try to plow through, and they think each one is, you know, consequential or controversial, possibly. And so that's why it takes them so much time and energy to figure it out. If they could just know sometimes which ones were not at all controversial with us, it helps them.
So we have a motion and we're done with that. And now we just have to talk about the
Parking.
paid parking.
Parking.
Oh my
Is that
gosh.
a time-sensitive thing?
But this,
Paid parking? Yes.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
Can
All
I ask
right.
a quick question
Yes.
before you begin? In the last meeting, you made a recommendation that because of the unknown environment that we're going into with the tariffs and the other impacts that it might have, you had made a consideration not to do paid parking this year because it might not put it in the best. There might be negative perception, whether it's misguided or not. And as a result, maybe it's not the thing to do this year. I understand that the cost of this may be more later, but this otherwise pays for itself in a year. I think that it would be better if it has to be 2 years that it pays it off, but to put it in the best light, not to do it this year, like what you said the other day. You've changed your mind, and that's okay. But I thought it was good to delay because of the environment.
We just voted to put the revenue in the budget.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You had a discussion, you voted to put the revenue in the budget, you've approved the budget. So
I missed that.
And I guess like also there are just too many uncertainties right now for us to delay things like this over. We'll never do anything if we worry too much about what's going on outside of our control.
We're free to decide later to change pricing or say it's recession pricing and it's all kinds of things like that if it becomes necessary.
Yeah. So would you like me to go through the quotes in our recommendation or the pricing in our recommendation?
Did everyone have a chance to look at it? It was in Holly's email.
Oh, I don't.
It was Flowbird was the company.
Yep, we're recommending Flowbird. And a lot of that came down to their kiosks are much more repairable and upgradable versus the other vendor. We've already, they're the first one that we went with, IPS, for the meters down in the public landing. And we found that it's just really difficult, like even buying rolls of paper is $30 a roll. They're located out in California. Shipping is expensive and difficult. The kiosks themselves, they're constantly upgrading them, and you have to get like when they upgrade to a new unit, you have to buy a whole other unit, which is expensive versus the Flowbird units, which when they upgrade the technology inside of it, it's really just like a touch screen inside of a cabinet. And if there's something that breaks in it, it's like as simple as like a car battery that runs it. So it's just a much less maintenance. They've been established a lot longer. Their kiosks are located all over the country and the world. And I just think that it's a solution that's going to work better for us if we're looking at the long term and costs.
And where are they located? Because I saw there was no shipping.
Pennsylvania.
So how does it get here from Pennsylvania with no shipping charge? They're not going to charge us to,
I think that they drive them here, and I think that's.
there's a cost associated
We probably
with
pay
that.
for it somewhere else.
Driving
I
is-
think, and they might just plow it into their overall
Yeah, yeah.
quote.
That's what all free shipping actually is
Yeah,
free.
shipping, right.
Exactly.
What is the, what's the paid parking system that they use in Portland, do you know?
I don't know I don't know, but we can use the same apps. Like the apps are transferable across different places. So, and that's what most people use.
And this one says it doesn't require an app download for basic park and pay
Right. It's like a text to,
by text.
yeah, text to pay.
So we need a motion to approve.
And if you could also look at the program parameters, because that's very important too. And that's on page 108 in your packet.
We had talked about the possibility of delaying the rollout a little while.
Yeah.
Is there still some flexibility there?
Absolutely. And so, the May 15th to October 15th, that would sort of be like a normal year.
Mhm.
But whereas this is sort of, the first year we'd be implementing it, we need to install everything, set it up.
Right.
I'm anticipating we will not be starting this in May. The company did say, Flowbird, that they can have everything delivered within a month of us approving and putting in an order.
And otherwise, all of these parameters are what we've discussed.
Yes.
Yep. So apart from the voting on the contract itself or the purchase,
So the purchase.
that's the only thing that we need to
Yes.
vote on.
And I'd say the purchase to be funded through the paid parking special revenue fund, and then the program parameters.
So moved. We,
Oh,
staff recommendation.
Second, do we have a second? Can I second it? I can second it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have a
Moved and
motion and a
seconded.
second. Any further discussion?
I would rather wait till next year. I don't think this is the right year to do this. That's
Okay.
That's my thought. I agree with what Audra said last time. I don't think this is the right year to do this.
Yeah, I think that Audra made a statement quickly and that it flies in the face of the lengthy discussion that the budget committee has had for multiple years and then our subsequent conversation. We do have the authority to, afterwards, if we're concerned that the cost is doing something, we can change those fees should economic disaster strike and we need, I don't know if you noticed that it's actually hard to find a parking spot even in the middle of it's odd. I tried to go to, just the library talk. There's a lot of people here, but we have a fair amount of control over those fees and policies around the program later on, should we wish to subsidize more parking with, taxpayer funds as we've been doing. So if we already have the kiosks in the public landing. I think there's never a perfect time for anything, and that the mere presence of kiosks isn't going to scare people away. In fact, it might be nice if they did scare a few people away, because then you literally can't even find a place to park for lunch right now. And maybe we need a fairer way of deciding. I'd be willing to pay. I would have paid $5 for a parking spot near the library the other day.
I will stay with what I said. I don't think this is the right year to do it. I think the mere presence of parking meters in town could dissuade people. And I think doing it this year really, which may end up being a tight year for a lot of the businesses, I don't want to add to any perceived woe that might be. I would rather wait another year before doing that. That's my last. Yeah. Even if the systems cost more next year, I still think that this year is not the right year to go ahead and do this.
So we have a motion and a second. That discussion.
A lot of the time, it literally helps the businesses because people just sitting there. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote. All those in favor? I'm going to vote 3. All those opposed? To 2. Motion carries. And now we need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that. No discussion, I hope. All those in favor, here's some things to sign.
Thank you.
I don't know if it was turning on the extraction fans or everybody leaving the room.
It helped.
The extraction fans do help.
Well, the temperature definitely went down a few degrees. Oh,